and Dana, good morning to you. It's a cold and dreary day here in Washington. Plenty of news as the Trump administration says it wants to beef up immigration enforcement domestically, while at the same time internationally block people from some countries from ever coming to the United States. This doubling down on asylum reform comes after last week's deadly attack, the ambush of two National Guard troops who were allegedly attacked by an Afghan national who had previously worked for the CIA and received asylum this year. The Secretary of Homeland Security is calling for a travel ban on multiple countries. It's unclear which ones may be targeted, and the White House is vowing to cooperate with action.
And I would just remind people around the world that coming to the United States of America is a privilege. It is not a right. And if you abuse that privilege, and if you don't align with the values of the United States, and you don't respect our country, our culture, our laws, and our people, you are not welcome here under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump.
I would imagine the president will echo some of those comments a little bit later today. You see, it is a dreary day here in Washington, not very pretty, but there's a cabinet meeting in the 11 a.m. hour where the White House will also be facing a lot of questions from Republicans as well as the press about efforts to kill drug smugglers. The Trump administration says it did not break any laws after carrying out an airstrike on a boat 3 months ago today. The strike was notable, though, because it was multiple shots that were fired by the military, killing two people who appeared to have survived the first strike. And now Democrats say they need to know if war crimes were committed.
The question in front of us, and I believe there will be bipartisan investigations in both the House and in the Senate in order to determine whether war crimes were committed and either U.S. law or international law or both were violated.
The White House is denying that any international law was broken. They are also saying that Secretary Hegseth did not give that second order to kill those people that had survived that strike. They instead, it was an admiral who carried out that attack. We'll be interested to see if Secretary Hegseth has anything to say with it. Bill, as you know, he's usually seated right next to the president at these cabinet meetings.
Activate the reverse migration Santa.
These guys, they're naughty. And what do you do to the naughty ones?
I give them a lump of coal.
Give them their lumps.
Use the sledgehammer of remigration.
Santa's gonna eat through these guys like a plate full of cookies.
Jolly old Saint Nick.
Stocking stuffer.
That was insanely violent. I don't even know what movie that's from. Can I hit a reset button back to the Home Alone genre of memes? It's like, jeez. Also, I need to ask, did we post the Home Alone meme yesterday, Jack? Did it go up on Twitter? Did it go up? Come on. I'm going to roast people live on the show. Today is Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. We're finally getting over the flu. We've had the flu. I've been very low energy. We've been a little late to the show. We've had a little trouble getting our head. It is like, oh my gosh, I think I had the flu and norovirus and COVID, whatever version of COVID we're on now, and bird flu and Zika and all of those things together over the last week. So I spent all of Thanksgiving Day practically, except for dinner, like in bed. And so I'm so happy to be feeling a little bit better. And it's you who give me a pep in my step. And we're going to start off with good Christmas news today. Magical news. And then we're going to get to something a little darker, but also, you know what? A Christmas present for all of us. Finally, we're investigating the Somali fraud in Minnesota. Not only is the Treasury investigating that, also the Small Business Association, also members of Congress, also the Department of Transportation, also the DOJ, also the Criminal Rights Division, also the DHS. And ladies and gentlemen, that's what it looks like to have a whole of government approach to solving a problem. And we do have a problem in the Great Whites of Minnesota. Ladies and gentlemen, Tim Walz and his Attorney General, Keith Ellison, on tape, proving that they knew about the fraud. This is going to be a bombshell story. Get ready, just in time for Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. Send them back. Kristi Noem says there's going to be a full travel ban. Amazing. Lock it in. And then also one of the most generous things we've ever seen in our lives. We're going to kick off the start of the show with that, and Melania Trump making Christmas great again. Senator Ron Johnson back on the show. Perfect guy to talk about this with. John Rich on the show, country music legend. My name is Benny Johnson, and this is The Benny Show. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start with Melania Trump's Christmas video. I just I'm a sucker for these kind of things. It is a grotesque and harmful to the extreme what Jill Biden did to our nation. I'm going to show you what Jill Biden did. Why not? Because I want to show you the differences. So we're going to go Jill Biden first. So let's do the Jill Biden. This is what the Jill Biden. So if you were to think, like, how do I insult all of Christendom? How do I make sure that the birth of Christ, the celebration of the birth of Christ, is replaced instead by a bunch of transgender clowns, damaging the floors in the White House, in the People's House? How do I make sure that Christmas, the spirit of Christmas and the message of Christmas, is the most insulted and the most denigrated and the most perverted? This is what Jill Biden produced for you approximately 18 months ago to celebrate Christmas in the White House. And you know what? If that was your goal, then she succeeded, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm ashamed to say that, but let's just give you this entire show is going to be a reminder and gratitude for what we have done to right this ship, the providence of God, saving us from, well, this. Here we go. That's where we've come from, okay? This was what Joe and Jill Biden, and more importantly, the godless globalists who backed them, who were actually running things. So let's just say, read Barack Obama. This is what they had in store for our Christmas. Now, we, as an American people, exercised in a religious sense, I think, the White House. I hope that they brought in a priest. I hope that they brought in some holy water. I hope that they did a full room-to-room exorcism to get whatever the hell this is out of there and return it to what Melania Trump released yesterday. See if you can spot the difference. And I do this simply as a demonstration to have you go like, yes, our work matters. Yes, what we're fighting for does matter. Beauty, aesthetic, Christendom does matter. The birth of Christ does matter. Our culture matters. Christmas is central and magical to the American experience. It is actually America that is so hyper accelerated Christmas as a holy day, imperfectly, but it is part of who we are as a people. It is something that we structure our lives around. It is a true blessing in modernity, our reverence to the holy Christ child and that ancient holy night. And let me ask, which of these first ladies and which of these administrations actually tips their hat and gives that reverence to who we are as a people? Let's go with what Melania released just hours ago. Best is back. Fine with it. Some Donald Trump needlepoint. Palate cleanser. Like I can. It's like I'm healing. It's like you can feel the healing. There we go. The Christ child. Thank you. It's like a pure exorcism for our nation. Thank you. That's a perfect side by side from our producer Danny. Yeah, Melania versus Jill Biden. A perfect side by side. The garish clown demon parade of freaks, lunatics, hermaphroditic, they-thems, prancing through the White House in their steel-toed shoes, doing unspeakable damage to historic floors. You got to pay for that. Versus the simplicity and beauty of a turn-of-the-century Christian nativity. Oh, it's wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what we are fighting for, just in small part. And we talk a lot about a lot of problems on this program. We have very, very dark shows, and we have some dark topics to talk about today, but it is good to remind ourselves as we sit in our own Christmas wonderland here, thank you, Klein, of what our work is for and what we are fighting for. Here as a channel, and here as a program, and here's a movement, you and me. And I saw something this morning. I just want to buckle in one more time to dovetail into something just absolutely stunning that happened. An act of generosity that I've never seen before from the American billionaire class. Michael and Susan Dell donate $6.2 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million U.S. children. Wow. What an incredible thing. So what they're doing is they are taking their own money and giving it to America's kids. These are children who are born in America, have American Social Security numbers, and they are giving $250 to each child to be put away in an account and let compounding interest work for these children. You know, most families don't have $250 to put away for their kids. Some families don't have $5 to put away for their kids. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a practice in pure Christendom, which is to say that every child has value, every child's life has value, and that every child is capable in the image of God and made in the image of God. Here's the Dell family explaining this, ladies and gentlemen, in an announcement video. And full disclosure, I didn't know that Michael Dell followed me, so I DM'd him this morning, and he DM'd me back. So maybe we can do some work with them. Let's go.
This is really exciting.
Absolutely. It's a very special moment. We're making a $6.25 billion investment in America's kids through our charitable funds.
Next year, every American child will be able to get an investment account powered by Invest America.
We've seen what happens when a child gets even a small financial head start. Their world expands.
The real power of these accounts is that anyone can contribute. Parents, relatives, friends, everyone can help shape a child's future.
To philanthropists, companies, community leaders, if you want to be part of something truly meaningful for our kids, for our communities, for our country, join us.
And to parents and caregivers, stay tuned and get ready to activate your child's account. Every contribution can grow over the years, just like your child.
Together, we can make possibility something every child can count on.
And that's a future worth investing in.
Like more billionaires should do this. It's genius. As you know, we have a scheme on this program. We have a thought on this program that we've shared with you many times. And quite frankly, we were very, very close to executing on it when everything sort of got thrown haywire this past September. We had to delay a lot of stuff and take responsibility assume some further responsibilities for our friend. And so we are now, as the dust settles, we are accelerating our plan for a foundation, for a charity to simply do charitable work just for Americans. We're putting together an amazing team here. We love to see this. There's so much wealth in this country. We want to see the act of true Samaritan, the act of true Christian giving is to bless those around you, to bless your neighbors. We have zero interest in doing anything outside of the borders of America. Zero. And I'm telling you, zero. That will be the goal of the charity itself. And we will be doing good works for Americans. That's what we're going to do on this program. And we have modest means, but even with a little bit, we've been able to prove on this show that we can create Christmas magic or bless the people of East Palestine, go to the poorest counties in America and do good works. And we're going to be doing that. We're going to be starting this Christmas season. We're going to be setting up nativities in the Tampa area. We're going to just be buying nativities. And if you want a nativity, we'll come to your house and we'll set it up for you. Little things like that, little projects like that. We're going to accelerate that and then, well, I guess be the Mr. Beast of America, right? Mr. Beast wants to be the Mr. Beast of Africa. Fine. Have a great time. There's a lot of people struggling and hurting here in our country. And we're going to be using our philanthropic endeavors and energies for the people here in this nation to help our brethren here in America. So we've made this announcement on the show before. We were accelerating this process, had to do some side quests, and are reforming back at it. We're going to see this vision through, ladies and gentlemen. And we're just really proud to see this, because this is exactly what we want to see. This is exactly what we want to see in our country. This is what makes America great. There's no other country that can do this. No other nation has the capacity, the wealth, the generosity, the basis of Christendom to actually engage their countrymen like this. And that is why I want to make sure that our country is our countrymen. This is why we're hitting this Somali question so hard on the show, is that we don't want fraudsters here taking advantage of our decency and our Christian empathy. And that's the way that you actually turn hearts cold, is to see sort of the blackness of the human spirit from some of the worst places on earth, which is Somalia, come here and just defraud the generosity and charity of Americans. And so we don't want that. We want to turn those stories into uplifting stories, and we're going to work really hard to do that while working hard to deport as many Somali fraudsters as we possibly can. Since we're talking about decorations and Christmas, it is like the time, frankly, ladies and gentlemen, for us to just shout out our Christmas ornaments. We'll do it quickly this morning. I know we have a lot to get to. Look at these beauties. Look at this. We will be heading to the White House. We will be heading to some pretty famous Christmas trees. We will be placing our Christmas ornaments on those trees. If you wish to order an ornament, the Benny Store, ladies and gentlemen, BennyJohnson.com. Shop BennyJohnson.com. $5 for every single ornament. You can see them across Christmas trees. We have stacks of trees that people are sending us. I don't know if Klein has one ready, but Klein does. Klein says he does have a tree ready. Why not? You have oh, look at this. This is amazing. Someone has decorated the outside of their vehicle. Is that right? It's just like some type of beautiful. Okay, like a camper. I love it. Oh, that's it. Yeah, look at this and the abominable snowman. Come on. Klein's getting the emails. You can send your Christmas trees in to Klein at BennyJohnson.com. He will put it up. And this is from Rick. God bless you, Rick. Look at that. That's amazing. Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, we promise to do a full Christmas tree rating tomorrow on the show. Okay, let's rock and roll. We've had enough. We've had enough of a good news Tuesday. Why not? Why not? We want to start the day as December 2nd. Let's start the day off with beautiful Christmas news. And ladies and gentlemen, beautiful Christmas sweet sleep from our friends at Beam Dream. I read the Night Before Christmas to my kids every single night. They love that poem. They love that story. I have a little book with some illustrations. And he talks about settling in for a long winter's nap, right? You can do that with Beam Beam Dream Sleep just is a all-natural way to make sure that you go to bed and go deep, dark into REM sleep. There's been a lot going on in my life. I'm prone to waking up with sort of urgency in the middle of the night. There's just a lot that rattles around in my head. And so we just want to make sure that you're sleeping and getting that kind of sleep that really leaves you refreshed. Right now, my listeners can get up to 50% off with the code Benny Show, and you can grab Beam Dream for $1 per night. This is Beam Dream's cyber sale, and it is exclusive for our listeners, the best offer of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, Beam Dream is science-backed, and their ingredients are all natural, formulated to help you fall asleep fast and stay asleep. No grogginess in the morning, no crash, just deep restorative sleep. So go to shopbeam.com/Benny Show, use the code Benny Show, and get up to 50% from Beam's cyber sale. No catch. Beam is on sale for $1 a night. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, shopbeam.com/Benny Show. Oh boy, here we go. I want to, let's see, where do we even begin with this? Where do we even begin with this story? I want to begin with sort of kicking off, because we talked about so much of the Somali fraud yesterday. I want to begin with kicking off like that's the what, but now with the why. You know, the what is really important in any business deal, in anything in life. But the why behind the what is critical to understand. Like the motivation for making these things happen, as we have relayed yesterday. There is no reason to bring hundreds of thousands of Somalis to our country. No one has ever made that argument. If you want to make that argument, please do. You're welcome on the show anytime. We'll have any guest come on the show and make an argument as to how the mass importation of Somalis is good for the country. And I'd be happy to counterfactual all of that with the data that covers everything from inbreeding, first and second cousin marriages, to cases of child rape, which is horrifying and have skyrocketed in Minnesota. Oh, and by the way, the explanation for that, the legal explanation that they have for this recent child rapist in Minnesota, this is I know we have a recent tweet on this, is that he hasn't yet integrated from Somali culture. That's the explanation. The explanation is he isn't integrated yet enough. This is like a libs of TikTok, guys. I know that I sent it in the show notes, but I know we have a ton of stuff going on. That the Somali, and please, I didn't know I was going to go here, but we got to show this. So there's this man who was arrested for child rape and the abduction of a 12-year-old girl, and the nonprofit defense from the Muslim Nonprofit Center of St. Paul, Minnesota, the defense for him is that he hasn't yet assimilated to American culture. Of course, what's not being said there is that this is just Somali culture that's being brought here. And this is something that, of course, does happen in Somalia. There is obscene amounts of child abductions that occur there. There are child brides in Somalia. This is a regular occurrence. And so we got a mugshot and everything of this monster. And the explanation is that he's just yet not integrated enough into American society. He's just following the old Somali practices of child abduction and rape. So don't you worry, guys. Really great billboard for why these individuals must be brought into our country. Why are they brought into our country? With every immigration decision, the question needs to be asked, why are you coming to America? How will you integrate into Western civilization? What is, you just pass, you pass it, Klein. I know, guys. It's so hard to it's so hard to do these things. Here, I'll be able to find it in like 2 seconds. Hold on. There you go. All right, there you go. Okay, boom. There it is. Islamic Center writes community support letter for Somali convicted of raping a 12-year-old. And the support letter from they back him, they back his actions, is saying he's just bringing Somali culture to Minnesota. Do you understand? Just bringing it to Minnesota. This is what we're importing. I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again. Yesterday is still very much flu-like symptoms, so let me say it as clear as I possibly can. I don't want to be the daddy of the world. I don't want to be the police of the world. I don't want an American empire. I don't want America to conquer the earth, okay? I don't want that. I like America as it is. What they do in Somalia, in that godforsaken part of the earth, it's actually not. I mean, if they actually ran their country, it could be one of the most profitable countries in Africa, frankly. Has this really pristine coastline. They could do like enormous amount of shipbuilding and shipping out of there if they actually knew how to run a country. If it wasn't just a massive criminal and terroristic enterprise in the third world, because Somalis live there, because there's things that are like deep into cultures. There are elements of the third world that make the third world the third world. And you mustn't bring them to our country because you'll get the third world. That's what's happening. That's what's happening here. I know that it's naughty to say that, but the reality is Somalia itself is so beautifully positioned to be a central shipping hub for the earth. Where it is located could be one of the most profitable, pristine, and well-run countries in all of Africa. Instead, it is the single poorest and most dysfunctional, lowest IQ, highest coefficient for inbreeding, terroristic and piracy capital of the earth. Instead of it choosing to engage in all of the trade that goes on right outside of its shores, Somalia chooses to instead piracy the ships because of their culture. And so then you need to ask the question, would we ever want to bring that nation here? Would that nation work as a state? Would that nation work as a state in America? Would Syria work as a state in America? Would Afghanistan work as a state in America? Because that's what you're doing. Somalia isn't the land. Somalia is the people. If you brought every Somali into America, let's say you brought every Somali, you snapped your finger, and every one of them was in Minnesota. That would be the Democrats' dream. You would just bring all of Somalia. If they wouldn't immediately become Minnesotans, it'd be Somalia in Minnesota. The landmass doesn't matter. New peoples would move into the land, and it would be totally different. Take all the Italian people, take everyone from Italy, move them into Somalia, then that would be New Italy. It's the people, the culture, the language, the practices, the traditions, the religion, most especially. This is what you are bringing into the country when you're allowing open and forever and infinity immigration from the third world. You are creating the third world in the first world, denigrating the first world into second world, and then eventually third world problems. You can see that obviously in the crime statistics here. This is what happens. This is from Denmark, but it's reflective of every Western country that brings in people from nations that you don't want to recreate in your country. And what you can see here at the very top of this chart is the top 20 countries that commit all of the crimes in these nations are Muslim countries. That is a matter of fact. It is incompatible with the West. Islam at scale is incompatible with the West. Do not believe in freedom of speech. Do not believe in freedom of religion. Do not believe in separation of power, separation of church and state. They believe the church is the state. And they do approve of and agree with rapes, abuses, criminal activity against the infidel and against Christian populations. And that is proven time and time and time again in all of the data. It's empirical. And if that data offends you, then you need to really rethink your worldview. So you're not living in reality. And so we ranted all day yesterday about these problems. There is no such thing as assimilation in these cultures. These cultures are so perversely different from the Anglo-Europeans that founded America and that created the systems and structures that uphold our nation. There is no integration. And there's a reason why they're in Minnesota. The reason why they're in Minnesota is because that's where 100,000 other Somalis are. And they're creating miniature Somalia there, along with their customs, which their customs are piracy. Instead of building modern architecture for ships, they would rather pirate Chinese, Indian, American vessels that flow through the Straits of Hormuz. And that is the type of culture that they are bringing here to our nation. As you can see here, House, Treasury, Small Business Association, now launching probes into billions of dollars of fraud and criminal referrals set. There is a whole of government approach now to this. Every single organ of the Trump administration, this was just announced while we were live, Small Business Association, Kelly Loeffler, who's been live on the show multiple times in studio with us. Numerous individuals, nonprofits indicted in the $1 billion Minnesota COVID fraud scandal, including Feeding Our Futures, receive SBA and PPP loans, in addition to other state and federal funding. And today I have ordered an investigation into the network of Somali organizations and executives implicated in these schemes. Despite Governor Walz's efforts to obstruct it, SBA will continue this work. Department of Transportation now investigating Minnesota Somali fraud. You know, this is like very much Saul Alinsky style tactics. You must pick a target. You must pick a target. You can't, there's so much fraud in the criminal immigration system. You can't just have everyone just going all over the place and doing everything. You have to pick a target. This is the target, ladies and gentlemen. What they've done in Minnesota. Department of Transportation, please. Minnesota audit. 33% of Minnesota's out-of-state driver's license were issued illegally. Secretary Duffy has put Minnesota on notice. Massive public safety scandal in Minnesota. Keith Ellison, the Attorney General of Minnesota, has been caught on tape saying something that is remarkable, that sort of like cuts directly to the point of all of this. Because again, as we laid out in our show for a straight hour yesterday, there is a Somali immigrant costs the taxpayers of your state upwards of $30,000 per immigrant, net negative on your state's funding and infrastructure. They cost, obviously, in terms of criminality, as we have demonstrated, where in Denmark, 62% of Somalis have committed a violent crime by the age of 30. 62%. So you're bringing in some of the most criminal element, some of the most fraudulent element. You're bringing in people who are a net negative and drag on the taxpayers, who, by all available numbers, they earn approximately $35,000 a year on average if they work at all. They are habitual renters. They are not investing in property values in your state, buying homes, creating wealth, creating infrastructure, putting down roots. 86% of Somalis in Minnesota are renters. And they're committing hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in fraud. Add to that the inbreeding coefficient, the lack of English speaking, the inability to adhere or assimilate to cultural norms. And you're looking at like probably the last population on earth you'd ever want to bring into your neighborhood. The last. I mean, you're talking the last, okay? You know, contrast that with like Japanese culture. We're like, you know, there's a lot of little Japans all over America, right? Like these people are never trying to like usurp our political system, fraud and scam their way into or out of, you know, mass amounts of wealth. You never hear that. They'll make, it's like a suit, you know, make like a sushi store. Right? like it's like you never hear about that. There are certain cultures where this is something that is part of the culture. Piracy is part of the culture in Somalia. Funding of terrorism is part of the culture in Somalia, and that's what's been happening in Minnesota. So the point is that no, not all cultures are equal. No, that's not true. Not all cultures are created equal. All people are made in the image of God. That's what I believe in my religion. All people need to be treated with dignity, but that doesn't mean we need to be imbeciles or suicidal. Not all cultures are created equal. And so why would you bring this culture into your relatively peaceful, snow-covered Midwestern state? There is no upside. Until, of course, Keith Ellison literally says the upside on tape. Keith Ellison caught on tape explaining that, if somebody tries to investigate you, I will protect you. You just need to make sure that I get enough votes. You need to make sure that you are voting for me. You need to make sure that I become eventually governor of the state of Minnesota. And Keith Ellison, famously the man who was caught with an Antifa handbook, anti-communist, anti-fascist, Marxist handbooks, like promoting them during the BLM riots, the man who let all of Minneapolis burn. There you go. There's the actual photo. I mean, it's like, well done, Klein. Man, that was fast. It's like they're not being shy about what they're planning on doing to Minnesota. Minnesota better wake up, man. Here's Keith Ellison on tape explaining, why would you bring so many Somalis to Minnesota? Here we go.
To stand up for each other and make sure that we get some things fixed.
Absolutely.
I do recognize there's a problem, but what I really need to move to be effective on your behalf is to get specific.
Absolutely.
And it's like, this sister on this day is having this problem on this, and then I can call up and like, what is the problem? And let me tell you, just being able to say, just getting the question, just getting the inquiry from the AG is sometimes enough to make people knock it off. It's like, oh, because they're doing this under cover of darkness.
Ask a Somali on the street in Minneapolis what they think about the state. We played it yesterday, the Afghan migrant who said he hates Dallas and he's just there to kill. He says it on camera. It's one thing to think it in your heart. It's a totally different thing to have it metastasize and come right out of your mouth. Listen to this.
Comfortable sometimes because when I drive, when I'm sitting somewhere, not comfortable like before.
She says the president's recent focus on the Somali community is unnerving.
What he said, we've affected all communities. We know some people, they make fraud, but not all.
We know some people make fraud. We don't report them or anything. Some people make fraud. That's just fine. I don't feel comfortable here. I don't feel comfortable. It's not America's job for you to feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable here. Well, that's probably because America is so antithetical to your culture. And I mean, we're running out of, we're frankly don't have enough time in the show to go through the incompatibility with Somali culture versus Western Christendom culture. Let's just say we've discovered the reason, actually, why there are so many Somalis in Minneapolis. Minnesota was very, very quickly turning into a red state. You could see sure as, Minnesota was one of those funny little, Democrat, socialist, blue states for a long time, much like a lot of the South, was sort of like blue dog Democrat, they used to call it. Minnesota was teetering towards a 50-50 state and a swing state. And Democrats couldn't have that. So Democrats bring in populations, import populations that can be fully controlled, that can be part of a fraudulent scheme and a criminal enterprise to turn and flip votes and even to create votes, as this news report details from Minneapolis. Here we go.
Allegations in a Minnesota voter fraud case that first came to light this summer. 2 people pleaded guilty in federal court to being paid to help register voters. In all, 500 to 600 fraudulent voter registration applications were submitted to election officials in offices in 13 Minnesota counties. Esme Murphy has been following this case, and she joins us now. Esme?
Hi there, Frank. It was some sharp election workers in Carver County who realized the names and addresses on the voter registration forms did not match with any county residents. Prosecutors charged two people with one count each of voter registration fraud. According to the charging documents, the two were paid by an unnamed foundation to help register voters. The two defendants pled guilty this summer and have since moved out of state. The scope of the 2-year FBI and state investigation was not previously known.
And it's very significant that they said today it was 13 counties, between 500 and 600 fake voter registrations. And that's just from 2 of the independent contractors that worked with this group.
The investigation involves scouring hundreds of records.
On guidance from the FBI, the voter registration applications were mailed directly to the election lead, and instructions were shared to use gloves when handling the forms.
In testimony before the committee, Minnesota Secretary of State Steve Simon says the system designed to catch voter fraud worked.
This is a case about individuals who conspired to submit false voter registration applications. This is not a case about fraudulent votes. And this is ultimately a case of the system working.
How many were in the system is challenged.
Republican Committee Chair Kristen Robbins, who is running for governor, says she has additional concerns that the unnamed foundation that paid the two workers is funded by state taxpayer dollars.
99% of their budget comes from state grants. So this is a group that the state is funding and that then went out and did these voter registrations.
Now, the hearing left a lot of people, including us, with a lot of questions that were not answered. One of the big ones.
We can go off on this forever. We could literally talk about this forever. Luckily for us, we have a neighboring state senator from Minnesota, state of Wisconsin, who obviously has their own problems with their election systems. The great Senator Ron Johnson joining us live right now to talk about all of this, how worrying it is. Here we go. Senator, thank you so much. We could literally go off on this for hours and hours and hours, but I think that we got it pegged. There is no reason to bring Somali populations to your state unless, of course, you want to commit voter fraud and have a block of a population that is virtually untraceable be able to register fake voters in mass and at scale, and no one be able to actually have any accountability. And then that guarantees political power for one party. Do we have that pegged, or what do you think, Senator?
Well, I think so. I think the biggest concern is this is literally just the tip of the iceberg. Whether you're talking about the voter fraud that was exposed there, or you talk about the massive welfare fraud. It's just the tip of the iceberg. It's not just the Somali population. This is across the board. And this has been Democrats' game plan. I mean, flood the country with immigrants from all over the world, set up these welfare programs, don't check eligibility, and make people dependent on government. And from their standpoint, it's worked beautifully. And we're just scratching the surface here. That's my concern is when you hear, well, 500 illegal, but just illegal registration didn't impact the vote. Are you kidding me? There's massive fraud. I mean, I'm listening to apparently a former CIA operative talking about how they shave votes, not in Democrat counties. They'll shave a few percent using the machines in Republican counties where people aren't really suspecting it, where the vote total should have been 60%, but it's only 58%. Again, I don't know how they do it exactly, but I do know that we don't even come close to investigate voter fraud or welfare fraud. We don't put anywhere near the amount of effort that we should be putting into this.
Well, Senator, you just broke some huge news there. You're listening to do you have a CIA whistleblower that is saying that they're...
And again, is this true? Again, you hear all these things. This is on podcasts, some apparently CIA operative who's, let's face it, I believe the CIA has doctored elections in other countries. That's probably indisputable.
Yes.
Those same types of operations, do those occur here in America? My guess is they do. Do I have hard evidence? No. But again, we just don't investigate it. The people, we're all harmed by it, but for example, the losing candidate, they don't have the funds. We don't have the time yet to certify these elections. So election fraud goes largely uninvestigated. We uncover, again, in your earlier segment, 500 phony registrations. It's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, you have the Secretary of State there, straight-faced, saying that doesn't mean they voted. Right? It's like, well, what do you think the voter registration is for? How do you get away with that? I mean, like, at what point, and we did this during the Bud Light boycott, frankly, and the same rules apply. At what point don't you just like sit and target Minnesota and use Minnesota as an example and take Minnesota and just say, you know what? Yeah, we can't cover all the fraud in all 50 states. We know there's fraud in all 50 states. We can track all the fraud in all 50 states. We can see the filings, but let's just use Minnesota and make them an example and show the American public that they can rig elections, that they are rigging elections. They're doing so with criminal alien communities or with imported communities like the Somalis that have obviously no principles, no mooring, no allegiance to America, except for using it as a piggy bank for funding Muslim terrorism. Like, why not just, it seems like they're doing that. It seems like the House is now doing that. There are 4 different organs of the Trump administration that are now investigating. Will we see a Senate investigation?
Yes, but again, I think you're right. The strategy should be to fully expose, one instance where we see massive welfare fraud. Once we have all that exposed, understand, okay, here's their game plan. I mean, this is how they do it. Then you start looking countrywide and try and uncover the rest of those schemes. So I think it's perfectly legitimate. One of my concerns is how much money we flow into, for example, non-government organizations that then filter that money down to eventually probably these vans that show up at these peaceful protests with riot gear, or fund all these legal organizations. People like Mark Elias and other folks that are engaged in the lawfare against ordinary Americans. 38 Wisconsinites who just, some of them were the alternate electors. They tried to destroy their lives through these legal foundations and these legal firms. Again, where do they get the money from? A lot of it comes from American taxpayer funneled through non-government organizations. So again, this is massive. That's what I'm saying. This is just the tip of the iceberg of what the radical left is doing that's literally destroying this country.
Yeah, I mean, it is completely, I go back to the voting and the voter fraud because there is no other explanation for bringing in 100,000 Somalis into Minneapolis. I mean, quite frankly, if you wanted to do something nice for them, like at the very least, put them in a climate that reflects Somalia, right? Like put them in a desert somewhere that like is more reflective of where they're from. Like, but now you're starting to sort of like see the full game plan here. And it's so in your face. It's just so blatant that it's impossible to ignore.
And that's 100,000 Somalis approximately. What about the millions coming in through the Biden administration, knowing full well that our census counts non-citizens in the census count, which plumps up their numbers of members of Congress, plumps up the amount of federal funding they get for their welfare programs where they don't check eligibility. Yeah. So, I mean, I've seen reports, $150 to $160 billion per year just supporting all forms of government funds to support the illegal immigration population that's coming under Biden. This is massive. Then then add to that the massive fraud we're showing. I saw one report about $1.7 million of remittances from the Somali diaspora going into Somalia, which is more than the entire federal budget of Somalia. $1.7 billion. Now, a fair amount of that comes from the United States. Where's it coming from? Probably the federal government and state governments as well. So no, this is just the tip of the iceberg. That's the most important point to make here. Yeah, target this, fully expose it, but open up your aperture though and realize, no, this is happening across the board, primarily in large Democrat-run states and municipalities and cities. This is basically done in Democrat strongholds because the Democrat Party has become radicalized and they have declared war on their political opposition. We need to wake up to that fact. This is a war declared by the radical Democrats.
Yeah, we have a election map here of fraud, excuse me, from the Heritage Foundation that shows Minnesota effectively being like the fraud central of the United States. These are just active cases of election fraud. There's active cases in every state, but in Minnesota, there are hundreds, thousands actually, of active election fraud cases. It's a state that is clearly being run as a criminal enterprise. A lot of very shady and very dark things going on there. It just seems like a great opportunity for Republicans to isolate a target and then to dig in and to expose it for the American people. And I think it wins from a messaging standpoint, Senator, because there's not a lot of Americans that can really justify like having 100,000 Somalis that are not assimilating to our culture, that refuse to speak English, that have their own laws, that have their own churches, that have their own pretty much separate institutions that are set up, countervailing American culture entirely, and they're proud of it. I think the vast majority of Americans are disgusted by that, frankly.
And even though we are a nation of immigrants, and it has helped build this country, the problem in the last few decades is the immigrants coming in here have refused to assimilate. They haven't accepted our Constitution. They want to, for example, the Somalis, they want Sharia law.
Yes.
So that's a real problem. So and we can expose the voter fraud, but you actually need to enact controls to prevent it from happening. We're moving the exact opposite direction. Democrats want mail-in balloting. We expand the use of absentee voting, even though the Baker-Carter bipartisan commission said that was probably the greatest area of risk of voter fraud was absentee ballot. We doubled it in the 2020 election. So we're moving the wrong direction. This was one of the reasons I support President Trump's call to end the filibuster to get control over election law. I don't want federal control over election law, but there are basic controls that we probably need to enact nationally. And it's limiting voting time. It's limiting the absentee ballots, mail-in ballots, all these types of things that we know fraud is committed. Our State Department goes to other countries and we give advice on how to prevent fraud, and we don't follow our own advice in our own country.
So will Republicans end the filibuster? I mean, I'm seeing actually this, it seemed kind of crazy when it was first proposed, just because I've been following the ping pong ball back and forth on this issue. But when you actually look at the logic of it, it makes an enormous amount of sense, because you can see precisely what the left has planned. Eric Holder, in a speech just last night, talked about how they will be adding 12 seats to the Supreme Court to ensure that there is a far left-wing progressive court forever in America. And where the hell is that going to, when is that ever going to stop? Is there a stomach in there? Is there a stomach in the Republican caucus in the Senate to actually do this?
Well, first of all, it's always Democrats that have broken precedent, that destroy the norms and take us down the slippery slope. But once that started, that really started with Harry Reid here in the Senate in terms of 60 votes. You have to recognize reality. They purged the two members, Sinema and Manchin, who held the line and didn't allow them to end the filibuster back when they had the chance to do it. Now every Senate Democrat has voted to do it. The people are here. And the ones that ran for office and any future candidates, I'm sure, are going to vow to limit the filibuster. So, again, believe what they say. Understand they mean what they say. And we better preemptively act. If not, we're going to really be in trouble. So, there was a real reluctance for us to change the rules to get President Trump's nominees through, but the Democrats were so obnoxious and so obstructionist that every Republican voted to change the rules so he could at least staff his administration. I think the best chance we have for limiting the filibuster is just watch Democrats. 42-day shutdown, completely unnecessary, harmed a lot of people. They don't care who they hurt and destroy. Watch the Democrats perform over the next couple of months. They will do nothing to help the American public. Again, they're not actually interested in fixing the failed Obamacare. They just want to use this as a political weapon. So watch the Democrats obstruct any kind of good legislation to help our economy, help the American public. Hopefully enough of my Republican colleagues will recognize the reality that they're going to do everything they can to make sure that Donald Trump and Republicans have no success between now and the election, because all they want is they want a failed economy so they win the election. It's all about power for them. Yes. Maybe enough of my colleagues will awaken to that fact and act before they do, so that we can actually preserve this economy, so we can secure our elections, fully secure our border, have a prosperous economy, fix Obamacare, transition to a system that actually works. But again, that'll require strong presidential leadership, target exactly the things we would pass with 51 votes. A lot of planning has to go into this, but again, it's not going to happen overnight. There's a great deal of resistance, but I think it's possible.
One last question for you, Senator, since you've been such a champion and a crusader on election fraud. This heritage map, shows that there's a considerable amount of election fraud cases going on in Wisconsin right now. Bit of a hotbed there, obviously a swing state, and a state that the left is constantly doing, running funny business. I would argue, I would argue to my last breath that you should be joined by a Republican senator. You should have been joined by a Republican senator in this last election. The only real chart that showed extreme screwiness and a massive spike at 3 a.m., which is, of course, the indication that there's some type of fraud going on, was in the Senate race in Wisconsin. Given the fact that you are the king of whistleblowers, given the fact that you are sort of the king of transparency on these questions, how much voter fraud is actually going on? Do you believe that it is incalcitrated inside of the machines themselves, and that the machines themselves and the programming inside of the machines are capable, as many have alleged, of fixing votes or manufacturing votes based on algorithms and based on percentage outputs? This is something that we've heard, and that some of our reporting has indicated is completely true, based on a number of conversations with people deep in the administration. Your thoughts on this, Senator?
Well, where I vote in Wisconsin, we have paper ballots and optical scanners, and I think that's true pretty much around the state. It's indisputable. In 2020, there are all kinds of irregularities. Absentee ballots being cured in the county. We have central counting, which is always a problem. They deliver the ballots late, and that leads to suspicions. But we actually have a pretty good. We keep our eyes on that pretty closely. But again, I can't tell you, how much fraud is occurring. They do it obviously under the radar. But there's a real problem in Wisconsin, and of course, the way the Democrats react to that is, rather than work with Republicans, the Republican legislature passed laws to try and tighten up the controls. The Democrat governor, of course, vetoed it, and then they engaged in lawfare. The lawyer, Judge Trupis, who defended President Trump after the 2020 election, a man of real integrity, they're destroying him. Probably $1 million in legal fees. They've now indicted him, want to put him away for life, saying that the alternate slate of electors, which was the rational thing to do, what John Kennedy did, was a felony forgery. And President Trump has pardoned him on any kind of federal charges they may try and bring up, but these are state charges. This is the Attorney General of Wisconsin. That office issued an opinion that the alternate slate of electors was entirely proper. There was nothing proper with that at all. And then a couple of years later, now he's turning into a felony charge of forgery. So no, it's sick what the Democrats do, but they go on offense. And that's what I'm saying. Republican, we need to understand the radicalized Democrats are at war with us. They want to destroy us. That's what Jack Smith's massive partisan dragnet was all about. It's not just after Trump. It's not after just a few members of the Senate or House. This is, they want to bring down the Republican Party as the opposition party. They want a one-party nation, a socialist, communist type of nation, that they have power forever. That's what they want to do. And we better wise up to that fact and be as engaged in politics as they are. But that's the problem. Republicans, we just want government off our back. Democrats, government is their power. It's what they crave. It's their lifelong ambition. It's a huge advantage in the political realm.
Yes, that's right, because they eat, sleep, and breathe power, and they know that power emanates from the end of a gun, which is an old Mao Zedong quote. And so they want to control the guns, they want to control the military, they want to control the executive, the Supreme Court, and Congress forever, and they'll break any law and they'll bend any rules to do it because the will of the American people isn't behind them. It's just like, how do we channel the will of the American people the best into ensuring that they are the permanent minority, which, if we counted the census correctly, they would be, right? They would have no electoral path. I mean, after 2030, you're going to see the maps change so significantly in the electoral vote. You're going to have 10 or 12 new seats in Florida and Texas alone. California and New York are going to bleed seats based on all available projections. And I think they're trying desperately. They're throwing everything they can at the wall to stop that.
And let's face it, the legacy media, they're populated by a bunch of radical leftists themselves. So they provide cover for all this. So,
yes.
Many Americans, probably a majority of Americans, primarily get the news still from the legacy media. And there's not the outrage that the media should be expressing based on what the Democrats are doing to destroy this country.
Yeah. Although, a counterfactual there is that the New York Times, shockingly, and we have the article right here, the New York Times covered the Somali fraud at length. And I read this entire article. It's wild, Senator. I know you talk about the mainstream media a lot, and I agree with you, obviously. But this was a dam breaking moment, I think.
They've got to throw us a bone every now and again.
Yeah, it was pretty remarkable
in their reputation. But
what would be in conclusion, since this is the top of today's show, what should happen to the, how do you fix a problem like this in Minnesota?
Well, again, because of birthright citizenship, which is a crazy law, a lot of the population now are U.S. citizens. But I agree with President Trump. I think he has canceled the temporary protective status. And, particularly the criminals, people convicted of fraud, I would just get them out of the country. I don't want to, spend the money supporting them in jails. Just deport them. Send them back to Somalia.
Yep. I think the American people are with you, Senator. And certainly we are with you on this program. Everybody follow Ron Johnson. He's got close to 1 million followers, 700,000. Let's get the senator up to 1 million. The king of whistleblowers, the king of accountability and oversight in the United States Senate. If we had 50 Ron Johnsons, boy, we'd have a different country, but we're proud that we have one. Thank you, Senator.
Have a great day.
Talking a lot about crime here on the program, ladies and gentlemen. Cybercrime is the fastest growing crime in America. Anybody who works at the FBI or the Department of Justice will tell you that. Home title lock can make sure that you are not a victim of cybercrime, which would be home theft. It happens all the time. They use your ownership to take out loans against your equity. They can make a ton of money. They can sell your house out from underneath you. Make sure that you are set up with home title lock so that you can protect your equity and your property today. Find out if you've already been a victim. Use my promo code Benny at HometitleLock.com and you'll get a free title history report, a free 14-day trial for their $1 million triple lock protection, 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes, and restoration of up to $1 million if you are a victim of fraud. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code Benny. Use the link below. Ladies and gentlemen, this is excellent news off the top from late last night. Kristi Noem just releasing a banger here. Just to let you know that the good guys are in charge. Calls for a full travel ban on countries flooding the U.S. with killers, leeches, and entitlement junkies. Kristi Noem going pure based department here with a banger seen by nearly 10 million people online, 16,000 reposts, 82,000 likes. I met with the president. I am recommending a full travel ban on every damn country that's been flooding our nation with killers, leeches, and entitlement junkies. Our forefathers built this nation on blood, sweat, and tears, an unyielding love of freedom, not foreign invaders to slaughter our heroes, suck dry our hard-earned tax dollars, and snatch the benefits owed to Americans. We don't want them, not one. Yeah, I mean, I think you have to ask the question, like, when you're doing importation from the rest of the world, first, why are we doing that? Like, is that even a good idea at all ever? Two, does the country that I am bringing the alien from, and that's what they are, the foreigner, like, does that country, would that country work as a state, as an American state? Does that country share a lineage of, let's say, the Magna Carta or of human rights, technological advancements that would sort of mirror where we are? Do they have indoor plumbing? Does that country have sanitation standards that we would? I mean, the reality is, if you took the nation of India and you were to attach it to America right now, it would be the single least visited place in the entire country. Not by a little, by an enormous amount. Why? Well, just like to start off, the sanitation standards there. We're something like tens of millions of Indians don't use toilets by choice. Oh, 419 million, correction. They don't use toilets by choice. So what if there was a state where 419 million Americans decided to defecate outside or in the streets or in the drinking water? That's India. That's India today. It's based on the United Nations report. Benny, you're such a racist. It's the United Nations. Deal with it. Deal with reality. So would you like India as a U.S. state? No, you would not. Would you like to visit India? No, you do not. Like, so ask that question before the importation of people from those cultures. Because what you're actually bringing here is the culture. The nation is not the rocks and the trees and the buildings. The nation is the people, their traditions, their cultures, their religion that you're bringing here. Is that compatible with Western civilization? Is that a neighborhood you like to live in? You need to start asking those are the actual tough questions. When it comes to Afghani refugees, the answer is unequivocally no. Like, no, you don't want to live under Sharia law. You don't, man. If you do, then there's a ton of nations you can move to, 82 of them, in fact. And you can go there and you can do that. But you don't want it here. We're the exception, not the rule. No other country in the world is like America. There are a lot of countries under Sharia law. There are a lot of countries without safe drinking water, without potable water, without plumbing, without basic sanitations and standards of cleanliness and tidiness that we used to have in this country that's quickly deteriorating because of these practices. Because we import from places that are filthy, that do dump their garbage in the rivers. Rivers of trash. It's parasitic. It's a disease on our body politic. You don't want that in America. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a great American who I think well and truly understands all of this. His name is John Rich. He's a country music legend. He's got a brand new banger out, song that is incredible, called The Righteous Hunter. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now live, John Rich. John, welcome back to the show. What up,
Thanks,
bro?
Benny.
What's up, bro?
I'm doing good, brother. Doing good. You're doing a lot of good work too. That was a great analogy you just made about foreigners coming to America. Would you want their country to become the 51st state? That really puts it into perspective. Is really a smart way to look at it.
I'm paraphrasing from Elon Musk here, so I'm not going to give I'm not going to claim that this was my idea. But Elon says in a recent speech, he goes, if you took all of the Italians out of Italy and you put them in Florida, which is kind of shaped like Italy, you put all the Italians in Florida, Florida becomes Italy. All the traditions, the cultures, the songs, all of the religion, all of the parades, every cuisine that you associate with Italy, all that you associate with Italy. It's not the rocks and the trees and the old buildings. That's not Italy. Italy is the people. The old buildings are just like piles of rubble. The people are what make the culture. And so bringing all of the people, Italy would stop being Italy if you just took every Italian out. If you put a bunch of Somalians in Italy, it doesn't matter what the buildings are. That becomes Somalia, right? The landmass doesn't matter. It's the people that matter. So you need to look at the people, and look here you go. Here's a map. Where do the majority of Muslims want or practice Sharia law? Here are Sharia law nations right here. I'm not saying these are all the nations we should be concerned with, but these are absolutely nations that you should look at and say, do you want to live under Sharia law? Should we be bringing in people that currently live under Sharia law to create those systems here? Well, no, actually. And that, by the way, also goes for the, obese lesbian feminist right at Columbia University. The last thing she wants is Sharia law, actually, to live under. So it makes a lot of sense to me, man. But
yeah, and so that leaves the question then: why are they doing it? Why are they doing this? Why are they flooding our country with cultures that hate our culture, that hate America? Why? What's the end game? There is some type of end game to this, and I think it's the eventual overthrow of the will of the American people, plain and simple.
Yeah.
That's it.
Of course.
Americans, since day one, we have not been easy to move. We're the ones that dig our heels in and go, We have a constitution back up, the Democrats and Republicans. And I think it's the overwhelming of our society that they're trying to accomplish.
Yes, because if there is no such thing as an American majority anymore, or if you can disconnect us from our past, if the cowboy hat doesn't become a symbol of American ideals of independence and instead just becomes a prop like it is on Broadway in Nashville, right? If it doesn't mean something, if you can disconnect us from our past, and you can make us a minority in our own country, which is, of course, happened already or is quickly on the pathway to happening, then you can really, you could really run this place over. It does does beg the question, why are we so stupid? And I want to talk about this congressional race in Nashville, because this is actually a perfect example of this. This is a race that's happening today. I'm not sure if you're in this district, John, or not. But Matt Van Epps, who is a American hero, Army veteran, graduated West Point, is running against a Democrat who just hates Nashville, and she says it. She hates Nashville. She hates country music. She's on tape saying, "I hate country music." That seems like a personal attack, John. She says she hates the bars. I know that you have a beautiful bar in Nashville, Redneck Riviera. She effectively hates everything about the city where you live in, a city that you love so much, that you've given so much to. And she is, running a very close race to represent Nashville, saying she hates country music. What the hell is that, John?
It's back to your earlier analogy of other cultures being injected into a culture they don't really belong in. So in Middle Tennessee, the Nashville area, we have such an influx of Illinois, New Jersey, New York, California, Oregon, Washington, moving here. They're moving here so fast, they're rebuilding the interstates again. The Nashville airport is 5 times bigger than it was 5 years ago. They're still adding to it. So people are flooding in here, and they're like locusts. They flee their state because the taxes are too high, the quality of life is terrible, everything's too expensive. So they come to a place like Tennessee and then elect somebody that wants to do exactly like what they did back in the state they just ran away from. They'll just eat you up until your state is now decrepit, and then they'll move to another state and do it again. It's the same principle as I look at them as they're not all this way. Some of the people fleeing those states are patriots. They're getting out of there because they want to live in a state that treats them fairly. But a lot of them hang on to that ethos that they had back in their former state, and they bring it to the next state, and then they elect those people. That's what you're looking at.
What is your message to, I think I'm saying her name correctly, Afin Ben, who says that she hates country music. She hates it. And she wants to represent Nashville. What's your message there? That seems like a personal attack, John.
Thank God she doesn't like my music. I don't think I'd be able to sleep at night if that lady was jamming out to my music. I got no problem with that. But it shows a lack of intellect, honestly. Even if you do hate country music, why would you say that if you're running for office? Or she was already an elected person. Why would you say that about a place that you want to represent? And so God forbid she actually wins. If you put me or you put you in charge of something that we truly do hate, what would be our agenda with that, Benny? Our agenda would be to destroy it.
Great point.
If we really hate it, we'd want to dismantle it, destroy it, turn it into something else. It's, I believe Barack Obama hated the United States. And when he said, we're going to fundamentally transform the United States, that's like saying, I bought an old farmhouse, and no, I'm not going to remodel it and make it better. I'm going to transform the farmhouse. It will no longer be a farmhouse when I get done with it. It's that attitude that the Democrats have. They want to come in and completely turn it into something else that it never was intended to be.
I see what you're getting at here with the farmhouse analogy. I see that that's a personal attack against Joanna Gaines, and I guess I'm just gonna let it set.
Oh yeah, me and her just like
I didn't know you had beef, bro. I didn't know you had beef. Here's the poly market on this special election here. The Republican is ticking up. It was getting kind of close there. This is a Trump plus 22 district, but Matt Van Epps is at 90% right now. However, goodness gracious, boys, get out and vote if you are in this district in Tennessee. Team, can you please get me the actual district? It's
District 7.
District 7. Thank you very much. I do not have an encyclopedic knowledge of which district of the Tennessee district, but here we are. I do have an encyclopedic knowledge of my request constantly that John Rich run for governor of Tennessee, but we'll keep that up. It looks like we'll it looks like we're gonna have a good governor of Tennessee for the next couple of years. Nonetheless, John, you do have real pull in culture, and you are pulling for Righteous Hunters, your brand new song, your brand new single out, an absolute and total banger, and is something that I cannot encourage enough. Everybody go download and listen to. You will love it. Also, the music video is incredible. John, when you texted me about this weekend, I was literally sick in bed for days. I'm just getting over the flu. And so we're so proud to be promoting this. This actually got me up and out of bed. It got me inspired, John. You resurrected me. Talk to me about this song.
Good. Well, so this song, I wrote this song in a response to Sean Combs when I heard him say on television that I control your kids. I control what they listen to, what they wear. He said, I own your souls, was his comment. And the arrogance of that level of wickedness to just come right out there and say that to all of us American parents, that you control our children, you control their souls. It infuriated me to such a level that I said, Sean Combs uses his music as a weapon. He uses it to program young minds. He uses it to move culture in a very bad direction. And I'm also a singer-songwriter, so music is also my weapon. So I thought his sword and my sword needed to clash. He needed somebody to push back against that. And as a father myself, the first thought that came to my mind was, if some predator came to my house and tried to take one of my sons, they would die. That's the end. It's the last stop you're going to make. But even that, I would pray that they give their life to Jesus before I pull the weapon out. And so the line in the song says, you better give your soul to Jesus while I get my gun. It's a very aggressive lyric, but I believe it is representative of the American parents' resolve and wrath, if necessary, to these predators. 36 million reports in 12 months came to the DHS. Think about that number, over 3 million a month. These are the reports of parents reporting that their children had been targeted online, whether it be through apps, the internet, or video games, by sexual predators. 36 million in 12 months. The problem is so massive. How do you stop that? I mean, there's not enough law enforcement on earth times 100 to stop that. So I wanted this video to accurately depict what it looks like when adults purchase children. It is disturbing to no end to look at it. You're seeing a scene right now of these guys buying these kids. But it is important for the American parent to watch this for a minute, as disturbing as it is, and realize this could happen to your kid if you don't take control of your house, if you don't grab your kid's phone, if you don't go start taking apps out of their phone, firewalling them on the internet, making their identities private. If you don't start doing those things, your kids are at risk too. And that's really the main point of this. I guess twofold. One, to encourage parents to get up off your ass, and instead of watching the news and the football game, look behind your recliner and see what your son is looking at on the internet. Go through his search history, see who he's dialoguing with on his Xbox. Okay? Start looking at it. You own it. You bought the phone. You bought the video game console. You bought the iPad and the laptop. It's yours. Take control, find out what's going on for their own good, and put a defense around them. And then secondarily, I want this song to send the fear of God and the fear of the American parent to the predators that are running throughout this country. We see you. We know how you operate, and you are not going to be hiding for much longer.
You bring up something that I think is critical for parents to understand, that it's always been easier to just abdicate parenthood to the state or to someone else. And in a bygone era, that might have been like a smut magazine and some cigarettes behind the barn or the garage. But today it looks like an iPad. And it's important for parents to understand that by giving your kid an iPad and access to the internet, while it zoinks them out and they stop annoying you, like, what do you think you signed up for as a parent, right? What do you think God does to us every single day when we pray to him? We're asking for things, right? We're needy, and that's the nature of children. We are children of God. And then God gives us children as an allegory. But that's like parenting, bro. And you're going to have to sacrifice that. And by handing your kid something that exposes them, quite frankly, to demon energy, but to every darkness that the earth has, you are poisoning that child. And I am so anti-tablet and anti-smart devices for children. It's wooden blocks all the way in my household. And I guess the best I can do is like preach against it. Like, the early returns are in, John, and they are horrible. You look at the new report about Meta and how they did absolutely nothing to stop child predators when they knew that there were thousands on their sites and they knew how they were operating. It's just critical for parents to understand this. Protect your children, man.
Yeah. So once this interview's over and once your live stream is over, I want everybody watching right now to remember this. Very simple. When this is over, at some point, go to YouTube and just look up John Rich DHS, as in Department of Homeland Security. John Rich DHS. At the top of that page, you will see a 90-minute seminar that I did with the leading cyber predator agent for the DHS. And this is a step-by-step plan on how you protect your kids online. It's very simple. They say if your kid has Snapchat on their phone, delete it.
Yep.
If your kid's camera is set to public, make it private so they can't swipe down on it and see their location, and on and on and on. It's actually things you can do in about 5 minutes that make your kid a hard target, where a predator comes across them and they go, I can't get in that, I'm moving on to the next one. And if we can get millions of parents to just do those simple things, you're going to see these numbers decrease dramatically. And again, that's the point of the righteous hunter. That's the point of this video being so graphic and so jarring and disturbing, is that an American mom or dad can't look at it one time and just forget they ever saw it. Like, it's going to stick. And I hope it bothers them. And I hope that they then take action and go in and do these simple things to protect their kids. If you don't, then you're not being a good parent. Period. I don't care how good of a parent. I don't care if you coach the little league soccer team and baseball team and you show up and bring cookies every single day to the teachers at school. If you are not taking your kids' devices and applying these measures to them, you are not being a good parent.
How much of this, how prolific is this in Diddy culture, in Hollywood culture? How much of this has maybe gone underground? Obviously, it's been, well reported on. We've had multiple experts on the show that have talked about this in celebrity culture, everything from occult worship to rituals involving children. It seems to be what Diddy was into. It seems to be what he's been protected against, like that coming truly to light. There are various whistleblowers inside of the Diddy trial, which was enraging, John, to actually follow, because you could see that it was just, the entire thing was just a snuff job. The entire thing was just a cover-up job for what Diddy was really doing, what he was really engaged in. How prevalent is this inside of celebrity culture? How much more will be exposed? Or do we miss our chance here?
Well, we don't live in a righteous system. The system we're all forced to live in is not a righteous system. It is a wicked system, the whole thing. Now, there are righteous people living inside of a wicked system, but the system itself, I believe one of its main objectives is to steal the minds, spirits, and souls of young people when they're standing wide open, when they have no defenses, and their eyes are wide open and you can just program them. I believe that one of their main objectives is to derail as many of those kids as they can. Because why, Benny? Because if they can do that, then that child will grow up into an adult that will never follow God's laws for his life. That child will never live out their life the way God intended them to live it out. They'll be basically commandeered. They'll be subjugated. They will be lost. They will be placed in darkness. The thing about kids is when you hurt a kid, whether it's psychologically, physically, or any other way, if you really inflict damage on a kid, it sticks with them throughout their adulthood. I believe a lot of the problems we see today in our country with adults, that you and I see things and go, how on earth can any adult act like that? How could somebody do something like that or say something like that? If they told you the truth, probably 9 times out of 10, somewhere in their childhood, some adult did something terrible to that kid and they never got over it. The Bible says that a wounded body someone can deal with, but a wounded spirit who can bear? No one can bear a wounded spirit. And I really believe it is a spiritual wicked attack that they are waging on the kids in this country and around the world. And music is one way they use to do that. That's one of their tactics. And so as a musician myself, I said, I'm going to at least throw one song out there that pushes back against that to hopefully inspire people to at least throw up defenses around your kids. You're not going to knock all these people out. There's too many of them. 36 million reports in 1 year. That's how many were reported. That's not how many happened. 36 million in a year. I don't know what we're supposed to do with that. We are completely overrun by them. But again, that's the point of the righteous hunter, is for parents to wake up, be proactive in their own households, and then go out and find organizations like the Tim Tebow Foundation, people that hire teams of people to go out and sting these bad guys. They set them up, they arrest them, they drag them off one by one by one. I wish the federal government would fund many Tim Tebow foundations. We should have 20 to 30,000 full-time predator hunters, righteous hunters out there across this country. Maybe this song will lead to a conversation like that in DC. I'm not really hopeful that that'll happen, but it might. And we've got the right administration. I mean, Trump has said, he's on record when he was running for president, that he thought pedophiles and anybody that sexually assaulted a child should receive the death penalty. But I haven't seen that come to fruition yet. Have you? There's a lot of things that haven't come to fruition yet in this country that we were told was going to happen. And I believe that what is happening to the American child right now is the biggest crime and the biggest sin of America today.
Mm. Yeah. Imagine if we funded things like that, John, and not Somali fraud back to al-Shabaab, Muslim terrorism in Somalia. Like, imagine if the American taxpayers funded teams to go out and hunt predators here.
Righteous hunters. Yeah. I mean, if you had
too busy funding transgender drag shows on military bases, John. Sorry, no money for that.
No, I know. Trust me,
John.
No. I mean, if you had, listen, the people I've talked to that do this for a living, in that video, there's actually a team that comes in and they get the guys and arrest them. They do that for a living. They go all over the U.S. and they work with DHS and others, and they put these sting units together. And I asked them, as big as the problem is, how many full-time people would it take to take this percentage of only 1% of kids that are trafficked or returned back to their parents? That's the actual true stat. Less than 1% wind back up with their parents. I said, how many guys do we need to get that to 50%? And they said you'd need probably 25 to 30,000 full-time people that are experts in detective work, tech work, former military intelligence. And I said, well, hell, there's millions of those people sitting around retired right now that would love to do that. They said, yeah, we just don't have the money. I said, how much money would it take to hire that many of them? They said $1 to $2 billion a year, and we would have armies of righteous hunters around the United States. That's what I'd like to see.
Wow. That's the same number as the Somali fraud numbers out of Minneapolis, John. It's a miracle. It's amazing. Yeah. How about that? Very sad, very sunken, but there are some bright spots, and I'd like to talk with you about one of them. We all know that rap was created by the CIA in order to destroy the black community and bring hyper-violence and destruction to our nation, along with an enormous amount of demonic iconography and messaging. And so it is with that framing, John, and it is the true belief of me and my program that is the case, that we are proud to report that there's no rap song in the top Billboard Hot 100 for the first time since 1990. That would be nearly 40 years. So that's like actually a very good thing. Do you agree?
I wasn't aware of that. So you just popped that up. That's interesting. I wonder what caused that. You have any theories?
Yeah, that it's unlistenable, that mumble rap, you can't listen to it, that there's no skill involved, that it's literally the music of degeneracy and it's the opposite of, it's the opposite of creativity, actually.
Yeah, it's redundant. I'll give it that. So as a songwriter, I mean, one of the worst things you can be as a songwriter is a redundant songwriter. Like you just, I tell people, people will send me music. They go, "Would you listen to my song and tell me what you think about it?" And I'm like, "Okay, but get ready because I'll actually tell you what I think about it." They'll send me a song, and I'll say, "It sounds like you went to the school of redundancy school," and that's my sentence. And they go, "What does that mean?" I go, it's interchangeable with almost everything I've ever heard. There's nothing original about it. I mean, and that's probably the problem with rap. And I do think that the American youth, we're seeing this to the Turning Point crowd and others. There is a mass shift happening in the young people in this country. I have two teenage sons. I see it with them
Yeah.
that they are shifting away from degenerate ideas. They are understanding there is no future in that. They understand that if I live my life based on the lyrics of this degenerate song, I'll wind up nowhere. I'm a loser. I don't win. I don't become something in my life. They are really starting to grab on to that idea. And that is a positive. I never like to be totally negative. Honestly, The Righteous Hunter, it is a horrible negative subject. It's meant to have a positive outcome. It's meant to inspire people and get them up to move. And I think it will. But the shift in the American youth right now is encouraging. I know you see it as well.
Mm. You know what is in the top? You know what is in the top 100 is something like it's something close to like 80% country songs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
So-
inconceivable growing up in the 90s, right?
So
like
Afton-
that's
Afton
inconceivable. What
So
a change what a shift in culture, John. You had a
Afton
front row seat to that.
Afton Bain can only listen to 20% of the top 100 songs right now. Think about all that music she's missing. What a psycho.
What's your get out the vote message for Tennessee 7, John?
Well, today's the day to vote. Vote red, vote red, vote red. I mean, unless you want this girl sitting in that seat. And I will tell you that the Democrats that now live in this district, they are riled up. I mean, they are ready to go. It wouldn't shock me if they're not pulling school buses into neighborhoods by the 10s and 20s and 30s and driving them down to the polling stations to vote. I mean, they are not messing around. So if you can get out and vote today, go vote.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, The Righteous Hunter is available now. Here is the Apple Music link, but it's one of those very special songs that come along once in a generation that really hit, and it hits hard. And we wish that Diddy was hit a little harder with the trial, but you know we're not in charge of that. And we are in charge of this program, though. And John Rich is welcome anytime. You should follow John Rich. He has 1.4 million followers here on X, and he's just one of those patriots that needs that we need more of, frankly. John, I look forward to having another Nashville Live from Mount Richmore sometime in the future when things calm down a little bit. And if I don't see you, Merry Christmas to you and your beautiful family, man.
Merry Christmas to you, sir. Thanks for having me on. Keep up the great work. We all appreciate you.
God bless you. I don't, there are some things that I've become radicalized on. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you'd be able to, funny little hair day today. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you'd be able to find in my Spotify songs in a younger era plenty of Kanye West and Jay-Z when I was growing up. And not anymore. That's not like a political thing, really. I think that really is like a realignment of the soul. And there are There are very, very bad messages that get sent, I think, directly into your heart when you listen to stuff like that. How about some good messages here, ladies and gentlemen? How about President Trump live at a cabinet meeting here as we await President Trump just getting settled right now. You can see they're locking in. We have a live cabinet meeting. We're going to take that live. We want you to live a happy and healthy life. 120 Life is the way that you do that. It is a blend of 5 all-natural ingredients that help lower your blood pressure. Blood pressure that will probably tick up pretty high during this cabinet meeting as we watch President Trump take questions from the press. Ladies and gentlemen, you can get 120 Life, this all-natural drink that supports healthy blood pressure right now. You can see your numbers lowered in 2 weeks or your money back. You can save 20% with code Benny at 120life.com. That's 120life.com. The QR code, ladies and gentlemen, is right there on screen. This helps with your high blood pressure during the holidays, diabetes. There's less than 1 gram of sugar, and it's approved by my nurse wife, who is very picky. So, ladies and gentlemen, use the code Benny for 20% off. Today, now to President Trump and his cabinet meeting. Do we have any audio on this?
Anywhere in the world, think of that.
All right.
In 4 long years of the Biden administration, there were just $1 trillion of new investments in the United States. In 10 months, we've secured commitments of over $18 trillion. So they had, in 1 year, less than $1 trillion. That's in a period of 4 years. Think of it, 4 years they had less than $1 trillion. In 10 months, we have more than 18 trillion. Is that right, Scott? It's even going to be higher than that. And going up. And we're waiting for the Supreme Court case, and it's so important and so vital for this country because we're not only respected again, we're putting out wars by our trade policies, and we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and our country is wealthy again and secure again, and it's part of national security, and I hope that goes well. I think it's very important, but when you think of the number, we're going to be over $18 trillion in 10 months, and which is a record times probably 8 or 10 times, I think more than that, for any country. There's never been a country that's had that kind of an investment ever in history. And there's never been a country that's had half of that. It's a tremendous thing that's taking place. We have companies moving in from all over the world, from Mexico, from Canada, from Europe, from China, from Japan a lot. We just had Toyota is going to spend $10 billion, they just announced, on building new plants in this country. Our workers, they're going to be our workers, but they're spending a tremendous amount. So the stock market is set 46 all-time highs, and this last Friday, which is called Black Friday, was the biggest ever online sales that there's ever been by a lot. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. I mean, these are the facts we have to get out. And, you know, there's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. They just say the word. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. We just say it. Affordability. I inherited the worst inflation in history. There was no affordability. Nobody could afford anything. The prices were massively high. Do you remember when we took over eggs? You did a great job on that, Madam Secretary. Agriculture, Brooke. Eggs were 4 or 5 times higher than they had ever been. They said, don't order eggs for Easter at the White House. And we ended up doing it, and we got the egg prices way down, lower than what they were before. But the word affordability is a con job. By the day, where some very low IQ congresswoman talked about affordability. She had no idea. Their prices were much higher. As an example, energy, gasoline, we're now at about $2.50 a gallon. We're going to be, I think, at $2 a gallon. We could even crack that at some point. I'd love to do it. And we could do it more easily if we weren't building up the strategic national reserves, which Biden emptied out before the election so that he could try and get elected, meaning he started it, then he got thrown out of the race. Then she took over and she kept it going, and they emptied out these strategic national reserves, which are really meant for something else. They're not meant to keep people happy with their gasoline price. They're meant for war. They're meant for problems, big problems. He emptied it out, and then she continued it during the process of trying to get elected. Didn't work out too well for him. And they virtually brought it down to the lowest level, I believe, in history. And it didn't have much of an impact because the prices were very high. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline, are really low. Electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go on to the next subject. And everyone thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No, they had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now, some people will correct me, because they always love to correct me, even though I'm right about everything. But some people like to correct me, and they say 48 years. I say it's not 48 years, it's much more. But they say it's the worst inflation that we've had in 48 years. I say ever. But whether it's 48 years or ever, it's pretty bad. We had the worst inflation that we've ever had. Since last January, we've stopped inflation in its tracks. And there is still more to do. There's always more to do, but we have it down to a very good level. It's going to go down a little bit further. You want to have a little tiny bit of inflation, otherwise that's not good either. Then you have a thing called deflation. And deflation can be worse than inflation. But we have it almost, we'll soon be at a perfect level, but we inherited the worst inflation. But we have 20 states that are now selling gasoline at less than the $2.75, think of that, $2.75, and it was at $5 under Sleepy Joe. Grocery prices are down with the cost of Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%. It was lower than 33% lower than under the Biden administration. Egg prices are way down 86%, thank you. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I saw even Jamie Dimon said he should be reducing rates. I never saw Jamie Dimon say that. I wonder why he said that. But he really said it because he's right. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn ox who probably doesn't like your president, your favorite president. But they're going to be coming down. We'll be announcing somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. I talked to Scott about taking the job, but he doesn't want it. You got the greatest job here.
Yes, sir.
Right? He said, no, I want to stay chairman. I want to stay right where we are, Treasury. And I think we're doing really great, aren't we? Yeah?
We're doing great, sir. It's a great team to be part of.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Under my executive order to lower prescription drug prices, which I think is the single biggest thing we've ever done that nobody writes about because you're fake news. I've made unprecedented deals along with Bobby and Oz and all of the people that work on it. A lot of people that you wouldn't even think work on it, but they do, to slash drug prices by 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%, 600%, 700%, 800%. Nobody's ever heard of it before because I instituted favored nations and no nation agreed to do it. And then I said to the nations, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to charge you 100% tariff, which is more money than we're talking about. And they said, sir, we'd love to do it. Please, we would be honored to do it. And they agreed that they would go along with the whole thing. Nobody thought you could do it because they felt, number one, you couldn't get the drug companies to do it. So we're paying, as an example, for the, let's call it the fat drug, F-A-T, for fat people. Anybody use it at the table? Don't ask. But the fat drug was $135. Think of that. For certain people, $1,300 for certain countries, $1,300 in New York. So in New York it was $1,300, and in London it was $135. And a friend of mine called me, he said, what is this? Why is it? He got used to paying $1,300. Well, now what we have it down to is, Bobby, what's the number? Like 150 or something? We have it down to a low number, don't we? Yeah, it's around 100, 125, 150.
Think of that. So we got it down from $1,300 to $125 to $140, depending on various countries. In other words, we're paying the lowest price, tied for the lowest price in the world. And people said you could never do that because you couldn't get the countries to agree to it. I did. Every country agreed to it because I said, if you're not going to agree to it, that's okay, I'm going to charge you tariffs. And as soon as I said that, they said, we agree. And then we had to be a little tough with the drug companies, but they came along. The bigger problem was the countries. The countries just wouldn't go along with it, but they did. Every country. So we have reduced drug prices by 500, 600, 700, 800, 900%, depending on the drug, depending on the company, depending on all of the different factors involved. Nobody's ever even thought of drug reductions like that, price reductions. And I told you the story that in my first term, I was so proud of myself because I reduced drugs. It was the first time in 28 years that drug prices were reduced. It was 1/4%, 1/4%. And I was so proud of myself. I said, it's the first time in 28 years that drug prices went down over the course of a year, over the course of a presidency. 1 year, 1/4%. I had a news conference. I was so proud. Now I got them down, not 1/4%. I got them down 400, 500, 600% and more. And the fake news won't write about it. And it's going to have a huge impact on healthcare because a big part of it's buying drugs, buying prescription drugs. It's going to have a huge positive impact because Obamacare is a disaster. I said it years ago and I say it now. And the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich. Their stocks have gone up 1,000% in a short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people. Let all the money go to the people. And let the people go out and buy their own health care. And I see on television, people are advertising now, we will help you buy health care. We will go out and help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because of what I said. So something's going to happen. It's probably not going to be easy because the Democrats, frankly, they don't want to make a good deal for the people. They just want to make a bad deal for the country. They want to make a bad deal for the Republican Party. But the Republican Party is united, and I will say that what I would like to do is the money doesn't go, trillions of dollars get paid to drug companies. And you still have lousy health care. Obamacare is horrible health care. We want it to go to the people and then let the people go out and buy their own health care, and they'll do great. They'll do great. So we're negotiating that now with the Democrats. Well, congressional Democrats want the largest tax hike in history. I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history with the Great Big Beautiful Bill. The Great Big Beautiful Bill, the biggest piece of legislation ever signed, and that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cuts, but it's the biggest tax cut ever signed, and it includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, so think of that. And in addition, you get, if you buy a car, this is great for our car industry because we have a lot of car plants. We're bringing back the automobile business. 60% of it was stolen because we had incompetent presidents or incompetent trade people. But 60% of it was stolen over the years, and now I think we're bringing it all back. I think we'll be bigger than we've ever been in the auto business. That's not even to mention AI, where we're leading China. You know, we're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch us. We have to be smart, but if we're smart, they're not going to be able to catch us. They know that. They told me that. Next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever, and we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars, and we're going to be giving a nice dividend to the people, in addition to reducing debt. As you know, I inherited a lot of debt, but it's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people, and additionally, we're going to be able to reduce debt
And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay, because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous, that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion in costly job-killing regulations, saving Americans an estimated $2,100 for a family of 4. The Biden administration was the exact opposite, but times 4. They went up $6,000. We went down $2,100. Think of that. To bring down energy, electricity, and utility prices, I ended the Green New Scam. They call it the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals, many of whom 11,888 are murderers, and we have to get them out, and we're doing it. We're doing it. I think what the job that our law enforcement groups are doing, Christy, you and Tom and everybody, amazing. What you're doing is amazing. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate, and look, some people that make electric cars weren't happy with that. But we have to do that because you have to have a choice, whether it's a gasoline-powered car, and we have so much gasoline. You know, China doesn't have gasoline. We do. And whether it's a hybrid, which really are working really well, the combination of electric and gasoline-driven. But we, and everybody was supposed to, by 2030, everybody had to own an electric car under the Biden stupidity. And not everybody wants to do that. I like electric cars. I like all cars. They're all good. They all have reasons. But you want to be able to go and buy what you want. I opposed historic tariffs that are now bringing in so much money that nobody's ever seen anything like it. And countries that were ripping us off, including allies, but they were ripping us off for years. I won't use the names. I won't mention Japan. I refuse to mention South Korea. I will not mention names. But they were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before, and taking horrible advantage of your country. But now we're making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money because of the tariffs that are pouring in. And it's really national security. Among everything else, it's national security. We've also rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care if you had a 4th world country. You know, we allow 3rd world country, and we would allow 4th world war countries in also. It doesn't matter. There was never a border that was as bad as our border. We allowed anybody in with no checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing right behind them. And that was really nasty for a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even come up. Nobody comes up. It's an easy job. It made your job a lot easier, because they know they're not going to get through. And we take people in, but they have to come in legally. For 6 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. You believe that? 0. We had millions of people coming in a year, millions. Now we have 0 for 6 months, and these are given by radical left people that do the numbers. I mean, they're not doing me any favor. They're being. We don't have our net numbers are unbelievable, but we had 0 people in the last 6 months. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded. And nobody talks about that anymore. You know, it's crazy. They don't talk about it. You'd think they'd say, well, Trump's done a great job at the border. This country is being destroyed by the border. But you always find something new, like, is he in good health? Biden was great. But is Trump in good health? I sit here, I do 4 news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics, you people. I give the right answers. There's never a scandal. There's never a problem. I give you answers that solve your little problems. You go back and you can't find anything, but you do stories about Biden was in wonderful health. The guy didn't do a news conference for 8 months. If I go one day, I had one day where I didn't do a news conference, there's something wrong with the president. You people are crazy. I'll let you know when there's something wrong. There will be someday. That's going to happen to all of us. But right now, I think I'm sharper than I was 25 years ago. But who the hell knows? By the way, I took my physical. I got all A's, everything. But they said to me, would you like to take a cognitive test? I said, is it hard? They said, yes. I said, well, I'm a very smart person. Who was the last president to take one? No president has ever agreed to take one. Because when you get into the mid-questions, meaning, 10, question number 10, 11, 12, 28, 30, they get harder and harder. And they said, would you like to do it? I said, well, no reason to do it. Nobody's ever done it. I'll do it maybe, but there's really no reason. They said, sir, the problem is this is Walter Reed Hospital. And that's a military hospital. And that means that things are, sort of open. It's not like private where you have, if you do poorly, we'll have to, probably you'll find out. I said, I won't do poorly. I'm a smart person, not a stupid person. And as the doctor will tell you, I aced it. Right, Susie? I aced. I got every question right. And these are tough questions. These are questions that I would say 99% of the people that I'm talking to right now, meaning the people from the fake news, would not do well in those exams. But I'm the only one that took it. I got every single question right. And then I read in the New York Times, is Trump sharp? Trump is sharp, but they're not sharp. That's why they're going out of business, the New York Times. I hear that they're losing so much money, it's ridiculous. They're a bunch of fakers. But we can never let another thing happen like what happened to us with a fake election, with a rigged election, where a guy like Joe Biden assumes the presidency. Because the man was grossly incompetent. And he was incompetent 30 years ago. But he was really incompetent for those last few years, and our country was put at great danger because of it. So for 6 months in a row, we had 0 people. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever, ever, ever. Think of that. And the net benefit to our country is enormous, incalculable. America is strong and respected again. On the world stage, we're really respected. In fact, I went to a NATO and they were calling me the president of Europe. We're doing very well. We have a lot of respect. As you know, we have a problem with a war that our people are trying to settle now with Russia and Ukraine. We are not involved in the war monetarily anymore. Biden gave away $350 billion like it was candy. That's a massive amount of money. And much of it in cash, a lot of it in equipment. I don't give away anything. We sell the equipment to NATO. The European nations pay us for the equipment, 100% price. And then they bring it to Ukraine or whatever they do with it. But we're trying to get that settled. I've settled 8 wars. This would be the 9th. And our people are over in Russia right now to see if we can get it settled. Not an easy situation, let me tell you. What a mess. It's a war that never would have happened if I were president. Not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. We've renamed the Department of Defense the Department of War, and I thought that would be controversial. And frankly, I tell you what, I haven't met one person, there's not one person I've met that doesn't like it. Think of it. We won World War I, World War II, everything in between, everything before it. And then we said, let's change the name. So we changed it back to what it was, Department of War, and Pete's doing a great job. We ended 8 wars, think of that. 8 wars, but we're going to do one more, I think. I hope. Every time I end a war, they say, if If President Trump ends that war, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. If I end that war. Well, he won't get it for that war, but if he ever gets it for the next war, now they're saying, if he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? India, Pakistan. Think of all the wars I ended. I should get the Nobel Prize for every war, but I don't want to be greedy. Actually, the woman who got the Nobel Prize said, "You've got to be kidding. Trump deserves the Nobel Prize." So that was very nice of her. I appreciate it, which is true, actually. But I don't care about that. You know what I care about? I care about death. I care about all the people that are dying. And last month, 27,000 young people died, mostly young people, mostly soldiers, despite some missiles being shot into Kiev and other places. But think of it, mostly young people. 27,000 people died between Russia and Ukraine last month. What a shame. So we're restoring law and order to our cities and towns. If you look at what's happened, and I want to pay my deepest respects to those 2 incredible people from the National Guard in West Virginia they came from. I spoke to their parents. Sarah is gone. She passed away. She's looking down on us now, and she loves her parents, and they loved her. They were, somebody said, how are they doing? I said, the word is devastated. Doing. How are they going to do? They're devastated. The rest of their lives they're going to be devastated. She was an incredible person, highly respected, top of her class, everything. She was like a perfect human being. 20 years old, just started. She was like a baby. She was so proud. They were giving her a promotion. And she told the parents that she was getting a promotion, and they were so proud of her. Then they get a call that this happened. And we have one young man who's fighting for his life. He's fighting very hard. I think he's probably doing better than anybody. They said he didn't have a chance. I'll tell you, the one who said he's going to live is his mother. I spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to live. I spoke to her very soon after this horrible event took place with this scum that is able to come into our country. I spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to be okay. I'm telling you. No doctor thought that. Nobody thought that. He was hitting bad places, and she was like so positive. It was incredible. And it's possibly right, Pam, right? Possibly right. Boy, it would be amazing. If he lives, it would be amazing. A miracle, actually. But we're very proud of those 2 people. We're very proud of the National Guard. We're very proud of our military and our police and our firemen and women. If you go back and take a look a year ago, year and a half ago, it all changed, I think, on November 5th, the day of the election. But you go back before that, you couldn't get people to join the military, Pete, right? They didn't want anything to do with military. They wanted nothing to do with joining the police or the fire. They wanted nothing to do with anything. They had no spirit. The country had no spirit, nothing. And now we just had the highest recruitment in history, and we're getting great people. We're getting great people. And I will say, despite what just happened, Washington, D.C. has become a really safe place. And I guess this lunatic probably was upset that the National Guard is so effective, because we were really, really effective, and we are. And Washington, D.C. is now considered a very, very safe city. We had crime numbers a year ago that was so bad, embarrassment, that the city, the capital of this country, could have numbers like that. And Washington now is, no murders, no this. It's been a miracle also what happened here. And now we're in Memphis, and we're going to New Orleans pretty soon. Over there, the governor called me. He'd like to have us go there. Governor Landry, great guy, great governor. He's asked for help in New Orleans, and we're going to go there in a couple of weeks. And we're doing a real job. Even Chicago's down a little bit because we have a minor force there. We could knock it down within 4 or 5 weeks. We could bring it down to almost nothing. But we have a governor that's grossly incompetent, and we have a mayor that's even more incompetent than the governor. He's a very low IQ person. And typically low IQ people don't make good mayors. So I want to thank all of our cabinet members. They're high IQ. Let me say one. Yeah, generally speaking, a couple of them a little concerned about. No, but I want to thank, we have a great cabinet, an amazing cabinet, amazing people. All of them, you know, sort of have become stars. We're getting credit for the good cabinet, actually. And I just want to wish everybody a great holiday. We've I think done a great job with the White House, bringing the White House back. You see the Palm Court that was redone. The Lincoln bedroom was redone. The Lincoln bathroom is now gorgeous, like it should have been. It was terrible green tile that was never the way it was supposed to be. It was done in the 1940s, actually, but it was not proper. And we're restoring the White House just like we're restoring the country, and people are thrilled. But the First Lady's done a beautiful job with the Christmas trees and all the decorations. I see the wreaths on the windows. I've never seen that before, on the windows of the White House. And you know, it's 4 stories high. I said, how did they get that wreath? They had people going up in a little dangerous. I wouldn't want to do it. But they put them up, and we have wonderful people working in the White House, and they're really proud to bring the building back. Because this building was a little bit like the country. It was mishandled, it was mistreated. And now it's being given love, and we're building one of the great, I think, maybe the greatest ballroom. We needed it for 150 years. They've been asking. You see the trucks and cranes and excavators in the background, and you hear them, and every time I hear them, I love the sound. To me, I love the sound. I wouldn't say my wife is thrilled. She hears pile drivers in the background all day, all night. They go till 12 o'clock in the evening, day, night, pile drivers. Darling, could you turn off the pile drivers? Sorry, darling, that's progress. But no, we're doing great. It's going to be I think it's going to be the finest ballroom ever built, and we're going to have it here. They've wanted it for 150 years. Think of that. So I will just end by saying I want to thank the cabinet. It's been a great cabinet. Let's think of it. Time flies, but this is our last of the year, as I said, and I just think you've done a fantastic job, and we're going to go around the room. We'll go quickly, but we're going to go around the room, and we'll start with Pete, and you'll tell us about some of the achievements. And some of you have achievements that are so big, I don't want you to go through the whole thing because we don't have time. But we'll start with Pete, and then if you want, we'll take some questions at the end. Please, Pete.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you said, it has been a historic year at the Department of War. Recruiting and retention over this year are at the most historic levels our country has ever seen. I had a chance to be on an aircraft carrier destroyer over Thanksgiving. The spirit in our ranks since the election under President Trump is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it as a soldier myself in uniform, and I know a lot of you feel the same way. We've ripped out the DEI and the political correctness. It's all merit-based at the department. We're getting back to basics: accountability, training, readiness, lethality, and that's reviving that spirit. And Mr. President, we're rebuilding the military, historic investments. I just took briefings on the Golden Dome and F-47, next generation capabilities that are going to make sure that for generations to come, America has the most powerful, most capable, most lethal military in the world, which you have rebuilt once and we're rebuilding again. And then we're reestablishing deterrence and credibility. If you look at what happened, we deal with every day the outcome of what happened in Afghanistan, the debacle under Joe Biden. We just dealt with it in the streets of Washington, D.C. with those 2 National Guardsmen. And then what happened on October 7th with Hamas, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have started under President Trump. We're having to rebuild that. So whether it's freedom of navigation and taking the fight to the Houthis, whether it's Midnight Hammer, those beautiful B-2s going 37 hours back and forth, undetected, delivering with precision, and Iran not getting nuclear capabilities, Europe and NATO stepping up to 5%, locking down our southwest border. It's been an honor to work with Christy and Tom and everyone else down there to lock it to 0, operational control of our border. And then it's getting after and going after narco-terrorists and designated terrorist organizations in our own hemisphere. As I've said, and I'll say again, we've only just begun striking narco boats and putting narco terrorists at the bottom of the ocean because they've been poisoning the American people. And Joe Biden tried to approach it with kid gloves and allowed them to come across the border. Cartels take over community, 20 million people, hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned. And President Trump said, no, we're taking the gloves off. We're taking the fight to these designated terror organizations, and it's exactly what we're doing. So we're stopping the drugs, we're striking the boats, we're defeating narco terrorists, and we're standing.
And you may say one thing, that drugs coming in through the sea by sea are down 91%. And I don't know who the 9% is.
I'm not sure either, sir.
But down 91% by sea.
We've had a bit of a pause because it's hard to find boats to strike right now, which is the entire point, right? Deterrence has to matter, not arrest and hand over and then do it again, the rinse and repeat approach of previous administrations. This is meant to get after that approach. And I will just end by saying, as President Trump always has our back, we always have the back of our commanders who are making decisions in difficult situations, and we do in this case and all these strikes. They're making judgment calls and ensuring that they defend the American people. They've done the right things. We'll keep doing that, and we have their backs, Mr. President.
Good job. Thank you very much. Howard?
So we set out to stop the ripoff of the United States of America. This is about global change of trade. We've been ripped off since 1945 when we set this policy. So we set out, and together with my partners, Jameson Greer and Scott Bessent, we set out to change that. So we started, the first one was the UK deal, right? We asymmetric, they pay us 10%, and we get charged nothing. That allows us to export, and that began the process. Then we did the biggest, the European Union, 450 million people, $20 trillion economy. They completely opened their borders to us, and we charge them 15%. That makes America $100 billion a year and turns it back to where our economy is the best. And so it proved that President Trump's trade agenda was the right trade agenda. Then we go to Japan and Korea. They offer us $750 billion in cash to build in America at the president's direction. And we're going to start, as an example, nuclear. Right? We need to have a nuclear arsenal in America of power, the generation of power. So we're going to build hundreds of billions of dollars, financed by the Japanese and the Koreans, meaning they give us the money, we build it here, and we split the cash flow 50-50. We're going to build ships, $150 billion worth of ships in America. That changes the way things work. Right? After those trade deals, then you go to how are we going to reshore? Right? Let's start talking about the auto industry, right? We've been competed against by Koreans, the Japanese, the Europeans. We're kicking our tail. President Trump changed it. 25% tariffs, bring it all home. This year, General Motors stock up 40%, Ford up 34%, and on the same day that we announced we had set all the tariffs, Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, called and said, I can't believe I'm calling a Republican Secretary of Commerce to tell the president that this is the greatest administration for auto workers in America. Stocks up and auto workers up. That proves that President Trump understands how to take care of the whole ecosystem, both the companies and, more importantly, the people who work there. Semiconductors, right? We didn't build any. The Biden CHIPS Act was a $60 billion giveaway, right? We've now turned that. $300 billion is committed to America. That's going to go up to $750 billion in the next 60 days, right? And then you go to pharmaceuticals, right? $250 billion being invested in America, and then working together with Bobby Kennedy, right? Pounding away on that MFN, working together as a joint team. They're coming to over $250 billion and cutting prices in half. We did the golden share of U.S. Steel to make sure the Mon Valley is protected. Intel gave us 10% of the company, make tens of billions of dollars, right? And the last thing I will say is a year ago today, I was working on transition with President Trump, right? To build the greatest cabinet ever for the greatest president ever. And I, as I sit here today, I can't be more proud of how you did it, sir. You've created the greatest cabinet. It is a joy to be at this table.
You know, one thing we will mention, so they came to see me from Intel, and they had a problem. I said, look, we'll fix your problem, but I think the United States is entitled to 10% of your company. And the chairman looked at me and he goes, you have a deal. Tell them, how much money have we made since I made that deal?
It's only $40 billion.
$40 billion. We made $40 billion. That was, what, 3 months ago? Does anybody write about it? Nobody writes about it. That's okay. Mr. Secretary, how are we doing with transportation?
Well, Mr. President, so just quickly on aviation, many of you have heard that we have an infrastructure made of copper. We have to transition to fiber. The last administration said it was going to take more than 10 years to complete the transition from copper to fiber. They had no plan to actually do it. We have already completed a third of this transition from copper to fiber. Now it's going to take longer for us to go from analog to digital. By the way, the rest of the world transitioned 20 years ago from analog to digital. We are just going to do that at the FAA right now, but we're buying new radios. We're going to buy new radar. By the way, those radar are going to be made in America, Mr. President. This phase of the operation will be completed by the time you leave office. It's 3 years. I do need another $20 billion, Congress, to start the second phase, which is really important, and we'll try to get that done also in that 3-year time period, but we need the money, critically important. With regard to commercial driver's license, I think we've covered a lot the crashes that have taken place around the country, and what we found is there have been states that have issued commercial driver's license to foreigners, and they've gone through sham schools, and they're not safe on American roadways. And so, in partnership with Secretary Noem, we have driven those numbers down. We got California, Gavin Newsom, to revoke 17,000 unlawfully issued licenses. We've closed down half of the fake schools that give out these fake licenses, all critically important. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota gave 33% of these licenses unlawfully. People that should never have a driver's license driving a big rig on American roads, endangering the American people, shameful. We've cleaned up Union Station here in DC per your directive. We're going to rebuild Penn Station in New York. We're going to break ground at the end of 2027, get that project operational. And, Mr. President, a lot of us, I fly commercially, I fly back by the bathrooms. I don't know why that happens. They put me in the back. We've asked Americans to bring their better selves, to bring civility back to travel, to say, listen, let's say please and thank you. And if you have someone's pregnant on your flight and you're as strong as Pete is, well, pick up the bag and help her put it in the overhead bin. Let's be nice to each other, is what we've asked. Maybe not wear pajamas or slippers on the airplane. And I think it's been received fairly well, and I think we can all have a better travel experience when we do that. And just the last point I'll make is there was a big football game where the Merchant Marine Academy that falls under DOT actually beat the Coast Guard with Kristi Noem. We beat them by 1 point, and so we're very proud of that. And so well done, Kings Pointers.
So a little bit in a nutshell, we're rebuilding the air traffic control under boot edge. That was supposed to be boot edge. Who's another grossly incompetent person? He'd get on his bicycle, ride to work, and he was just terrible. What they do is they take the fiber optics and they take fiber, trying to hook it into copper, and fiber and copper don't mix. You can't do it. But people knew that for the last 30 years since they started doing the fiber. And they spent billions of dollars, and it didn't work. And you saw that by the helicopter crash. You saw that by Into the Plane. You saw that by a lot of things. So we're doing a brand new air traffic control system, and it's going to be the best, and it's going to be from top to bottom. And we have the 3 top companies in the world bidding on it. And it's going to be one bid, and we're going to have one company responsible, and it'll be the best system. And it's going to make this. Look, our skies are safe. Otherwise, we wouldn't let people fly. But we're going to have the safest skies. We're going to have the best system anywhere in the world. We're also going to rebuild Dulles Airport because it's not a good airport. It should be a great airport, and it's not a good airport at all. It's a terrible airport. It was incorrectly designed with a good building. Actually, it's got a beautiful terminal. Saarinen was the architect, one of the greatest architects in the world at the time. A great architect, and so they have a great building and a bad airport, but we're going to turn that around, and we're going to make Dulles Airport, serving Washington and Virginia, Maryland, etc. We're going to make that into something really spectacular. We have an amazing plan for it. and other things, but you're doing a really good job. I appreciate it.
The people movers of Dulles, we had a crash recently. So we're going to announce that later today, a request for bids on this. But again, it's not a great airport, which we can make great in this administration, Mr. President.
We have a design that's amazing for Dulles. It's going to take Dulles and make it a really it was a badly designed airport. We're going to make it into as good as there is in the country. It'll be exciting. Okay, please.
All right. Well, Mr. President, it's good to be here at this meeting because in 1 year you can look around the table and see the change. And I think one of the biggest changes is how this cabinet works together. And I want to start there. This has often been said, I found out some things this year that I didn't know, that the Department of what was Defense, now Department of War, and the Veterans Department had never really communicated. Now, we're fraternal twins, in a way. Pete and I are. He lifts better, I'm better looking. But in the looking at this, I mean, he brings them in. He keeps them for a number of years, up to 20 or longer. And then they come into what the country is committed to our veterans. And if you don't have both ends working correctly, then recruitment lags, morale lags, and we've been able to work and fix a great deal of that. I didn't need to change our name, but I did do one thing. I put the veteran back first at the VA. And we did that in 1 year. How did we do that? We started taking things that have been neglected for a long time and put them back. We had a backlog in which we've dropped over 160,000. We're not talking year-to-year change at the VA. We're talking 5-6 year. We have to go back 5 to 6 year prior COVID numbers to see the change of backlogs that are now reduced. We do it in 6 months instead of the long time it took. In fact, it grew under the Biden administration. It shrank over 160,000 under us. CHAMP VA, which is a program we have, has basically been back to day to day. It was at a terrible state, which delays and claims and everything's going on. We've got that back. We're doing things like taking a new look. I have one question that I ask when I go to my hospitals, with probably over 170 hospitals, 1,200 clinics, and I ask the people one thing, Mr. President. I said, what are you doing right now that if you were just honest and I wasn't standing here, you say, this is stupid? It's been amazing what we've gotten, and the feedback that we've had. We've been able to change how we do credentialing, how we do privileging, how we do hiring. We're all working through that, and it has all made a difference for our veterans as we go forward. CNP exams for veterans out there listening. If this is the one where disability claims, where they say, well, let me send you to a doctor to make sure. Most of the time we have that already in the record. We're working now to where those could actually be changed, where we just look at the record and not have to send them to the doctor. That's almost a $3 billion savings that we can let, and also not taking what the veterans do. We're also getting ready to announce here pretty soon a reorganization that's going to bring our hospital system organizationally in line with the 21st century. We are the largest healthcare organization. It's about time we acted like it, Mr. President. You gave that leadership, and we're going to do it. And also one thing, community care contracts getting ready to go out. It's one of the largest contracts in the federal government, but it does exactly what you and I have talked about before, making sure that our veterans can get care in the system or in the community, wherever they want it. We're getting ready for that. Now, I have one thing for all the press who really enjoyed the first of the year, saying, oh, you know, they're going to cut all these jobs, 80,000 this, 80,000 at the VA. Mr. President, every success that I just gave you came after the fact, or pretty much after the fact, that we had 30,000 take early retirement. Early retirement, no risk, although you reported it as loss and risk, you can't help yourself. 30,000 took a retirement. Every bit of the success that I just told you about came with a reduced workforce. There was a motivated workforce that said, how can we take care of veterans? That's what this cabinet does. That's what we're doing for you.
Good. And you've got the highest approval rating we've ever had at the VA, so that tells you something. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Jameson, please.
Well, there's been some activity on trade this year. You know, for about 75 years, we had a system, global trading system, that was premised on the United States having totally open borders, right? Not just on immigration, but on goods and services. And everyone else generally kept higher tariffs, higher non-tariff barriers, etc. Obviously, the outcome was we had a huge trade deficit. You took it head on. You gave all of us who work on the file a lot of leverage. So we spent the past 10 months or whatever we've been doing now just going around the world and flipping the script. So now we're in a situation where we've protected our industries, we have the tariffs, and the other countries have decided to take their tariffs down and non-tariff barriers. And we've done it in a very constructive way. We've achieved agreements on reciprocal trade, which are a new kind of trade agreement that's really focused on making sure we have balanced trade, we have reciprocal trade, that we're treating each other fairly. And it's been embraced by the international community. And it's going to be exciting to see what it's like 5 years, 10 years from now, because you've changed it. And that's how it's going to be now. And I think you should be commended for it, and we look forward to seeing what comes in the next few years.
Thank you very much. You're doing great. He's doing a great job. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last time I was here, I said that the amount of dereg that we had for regulatory was 30 to 1. Since then, it's up to 48 to 1. Your goal had been 10 to 1, which was in excess of 6 to 1 in the first term. It's actually much higher than that, but I made my team redo the threshold a little bit because it sounded so unbelievable. But the amount of work that's being done with this entire team is astronomical. And another detail in that is that when we propose a rule, some of the biggest ones that you care the most about don't go into that count until they are finalized. So next year we should be even more eye-popping. One of those to talk about is the federal acquisitions regulations, which you gave us a charge 6 months ago to dramatically reduce. In 6 months, we've lowered it by 25%, 500 pages, 2,700 mandates, which is a third of the mandates. That's going to lead to savings, competition, and speed. So probably $40 billion for the agencies and savings over the course of 10 years. When we get up and running, it'll be north of between $200 and $400 billion. Competition, about 45% of government bids only have one bidder. So you got no competition in that situation. That will now change, and then we're just getting faster, months, and hopefully we turn it into years, which means you all around this table can buy things that you need quickly, and that you have better vendors to come, many of them small businesses who want to participate in the federal procurement process. So making all sorts of improvements on that front is very exciting. Thank you, Mr. President.
Great on the regulations. We're cutting them at levels never seen before. And I have the record from the first 4 years, but we're blowing that record away, so it's been really great. Good. Scott?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Great to be with everyone. And, you know, when you were giving your report, which was fantastic, and I listened to the report of all my colleagues here and those that will come, it reminds me when I played in the NFL, we had this thing called game film. You know all about film. And we had a saying that said, the film don't lie. The film tells the real story. And I hope that the American people, when they watch the film that's going on now and this time in our history, that they will see that America is greater today than it ever has been. And so I thank you for that. And thank you for giving us good stories that we can tell for the American people.
Scott, we're saving our country.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I don't want to be braggadocious. We're saving our country. Our country was going down and would never have been able to come back. We're saving all of us, but we're saving our country. All right, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. So at Housing and Urban Development, and keep it with your executive order, sir, in making America's streets safe and beautiful again, we've been very intentional about making public housing in our country safe. And I want people to know, our colleagues know this, but people in America know that we actually care about people that live in public housing around our country. A lot of public housing is wrought with crime, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, illicit drugs, illegal aliens living in public housing, but we've put them on notice to let you know that it's not lost on us. We care about the people, we're paying attention to it, and we're going to root out crime in public housing. We've been very focused on working with the Memphis Safe Task Force, the DC Safe and Beautiful Task Force, working with Pam and Christy and others, and law enforcement. Our law enforcement is tremendous. Every single night they go out and they go to public housing to make sure that our people are safe, mothers and children are safe. And so at HUD, you know, it's a different day. We're running new plays. The film was real bad when I came in, I'm gonna be honest. But we are giving the people that live in public housing the assurance that they will be safe. And we also announced a new crime hotline, sir, that people that live in public housing, if they see criminal activity, if they see illegals living there, if they see drug trafficking, if you see it, if you hear it, report it. Don't be afraid. And so work with our Office of Inspector General. We've set up this crime hotline, and also working with Christy and Department of Homeland Security, making sure that everyone that lives inside of public housing is accounted for and that they are American people. And so I say that and I emphasize that to know that we prioritize American people and American people only. Lastly, sir, in Atlantic City, we took over the Atlantic City public housing because the living conditions were deplorable. And they have people that have been living there for 3 generations, and they were being treated very bad. And so I took it so that we can now give people a safe place to stay. And working with the First Lady in the Foster Youth Initiative has been a great joy for me and our team. So thank you for doing that executive order to make sure that our foster youth have a safe landing pad and have financial literacy as they age out of the foster youth system. And sir, you talked about affordability. HUD has supported over 1 million Americans in home ownership and affordability, and over 560,000 are first-time home buyers. So I hope that the press will write about that good news, that 1 million people are able to own a home and to refinance their homes. And sir, we are moving our building from DC to Alexandria, Virginia. So thank you for your support. We're going to save the American people about $500 million. So that's my report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Scott.
Well, coming off of Thanksgiving, moving towards Christmas, I think it's the season of Thanksgiving, and 2 words for me are gratitude and joy. Gratitude to you for, as Howard said, bringing this team together. I say it a lot, but I'll say it again, that this is like family at this point, and I don't know that there's ever been an organization like this, at least a government like this in the history of our country. These jobs are hard, but the joy every day in getting to fight for America and save the country is the privilege of all of our lifetimes, I believe. So thank you for that. At U.S. Department of Agriculture, the People's Department, Abraham Lincoln launched this department in 1862. But under your leadership, we have finally, again, put farmers and ranchers and rural America first. In the last year, it's no longer DEI, climate change, sending out money based on the color of a farmer's skin. It's now about literally putting farmers back at the center of it. And under the last administration, we talked a lot about affordability. We'll continue to talk about that. But under the Biden administration and the destruction of our economy and the cost of inflation, interest rates for farmers and ranchers went up 73%. Labor went up 47%. Fertilizer went up 36%. Fuel went up 28%. So when you think about the extreme economic strain that a lot of our farmers are under in our farm economy, these are massive, massive numbers that will take some time to get out from under. But we've already seen the beginnings of the movement toward more affordable food, housing, fuel, et cetera, and that will only continue to trend as we work to solve those issues. My partners in trade, of course, they do the work, but I'm constantly talking to them about selling more soybeans, selling more corn, getting more of our products out. But when we really think about how to solve for this idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been farming for government checks instead of moving their product around the world, these trade deals change that forever. And it isn't one trade deal or 2 trade deals, it's dozens of trade deals. And so talking about rural prosperity and bringing the golden age back to rural America, which has been lost for too long. And we're going to focus on that next year, hopefully with our vice president, many of our cabinet members. But the opportunity to do that under these new trade deals is unprecedented. And so just putting farmers first, our ranchers first, Mr. President, is such a huge priority and an accomplishment of the last year. The second quick thing is lawfare, and I know you know this better than anyone in the country. When a government politicizes and weaponizes their power to go after average, everyday Americans, well, from you, the top of the heap as president, but all the way down to the ranchers in South Dakota, the Maud family, who were facing jail time over a fence line dispute that had been in their family for 130 years. We fixed that. The Henry family in New Jersey, who were facing their farm being taken away for eminent domain to give to affordable housing, we fixed that. So being able to completely change the trajectory of private property rights, but especially as it has to do with our farmers and ranchers in our rural communities, changes everything for our country. And then the third thing, we have so much great things to talk about at USDA, but the third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp reform. When all of America saw what so many of us know and have been working on, But when you have so much rampant fraud in a program that 42 million Americans participate in, now big good piece of news that I hope is written about, since you became president, about 800,000 of those 42 million have moved off of food stamps, which is hopefully the plan with better jobs, higher wages, etc. But still, when we found 186,000 dead people or dead people's Social Security numbers being used, 500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time to turn over their data to the federal government, to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure that those who really need food stamps are getting them, but also to ensure that the American taxpayer is protected. 21 states said yes, not surprised. 29 states said yes, not surprisingly, the red states, and that's where all of that data, that fraud comes from. But 21 states, including California, New York, and Minnesota, the blue states, continue to say no. So as of next week, we have begun and will begin to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe Biden was working to buy an election a year ago, he increased food stamp program funding by 40%. So now as we continue to roll that back. So the partnership in Making America Healthy Again is also in food stamps, but a lot of what Bobby and I are doing together is really remarkable. But again, just gratitude and joy for this work, and so grateful to you. The final thing I'll say, a lot of gratitude to Secretary Marco Rubio for wearing his Aggie maroon tie as a reflection of Texas A&M beating Florida handily about a month ago. So Marco, I want to thank you, and much gratitude and joy in my heart as well. Yes. But thank you, sir.
We also have to say something about China with one of the largest purchases ever in our country, the soybeans.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to thank President Xi. We had a great meeting. We were in South Korea, and I went to a lot of other places too, but we met in South Korea, and President Xi was great. And China gave us among the largest orders in the history of your world, agriculture.
That's right. And sir, may I say, this is the remarkable result of real leadership, and your real leadership. Just a couple of days ago, China announced that they were going to halt all purchases from Brazil because they had found some irregularities in some of the soybeans they're buying from Brazil. And what that means is a continued signal that this country and our farmers produce the best, highest quality soybeans, sorghum, et cetera, in the world. And what you've been able to do is open those markets up and again, move toward an era where our farmers are not so reliant on government checks, but they have the markets to sell their product. Having said that, we do have a bridge payment we'll be announcing with you next week, as we're still trying to recover from the Biden years. That's right.
To help the farmers. We're
That's
going to help
right.
the farmers. They did not help the farmers.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Scott?
Mr. President, it's been a great year on the economy, but the best is yet to come. The tens of trillions of dollars that have come in investment, both the portfolio investment by companies, investment by countries, that is turning into a CapEx boom for the U.S. Capital expenditures up 15% in history. When CapEx is up, jobs will follow. The One Big Beautiful Bill is an incredible, as you said, thanks to your leadership, along with Speaker Johnson, Senator Leader Thune, we had that done on July 4th, which everyone said was impossible. And the great thing about that bill, sir, for the American people, it's for industry, 100% expensing. Build your factory here. You can write it off immediately. But you also insisted on the 4 benefits for working people: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility for American cars, and that is retroactive. So as a result, in 2026, we are going to see very substantial tax refunds in the first quarter. So the best way to address the affordability crisis is to give Americans more money in their pockets, which is what this bill has done. We're going to see real wage increases. I think next year is going to be a fantastic year. Taxes, deregulation, energy certainty. That's why everyone with your leadership is coming to America. bond market had its best year since 2020. Everyone said couldn't be done. So we're going to have growth. We've had 2 4% quarters before the Schumer shutdown. We're going to go back to that. So not only are we going to have great growth, but it's going to be low inflationary growth. And stock market obviously is following, but next year is going to be the year for Main Street as all this kicks in. And you came in, immigration, I called it the 3 I's, immigration, interest rates, and inflation, that were killing the American people. Close the border, the promise kept. Interest rates are down, and 10-year bond, again, best year since 2020, and inflation led by energy prices is going to roll next year. I think it's going to be a fantastic year. We can look back, be very proud of this year, but I think 2026 is going to be great for the American people, thanks to you.
It's going to be great. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve with this great team that you've assembled. And I just want to pick up on something you said, Mr. President, because you hit the nail on the head, that it is absurd that Democrats talk about an affordability crisis that they created and the people around this table work every single day to address. You'll hear a lot of statistics today. You hear a lot of statistics in our political conversation. I think the most important statistic for the American people is that under the Biden administration, the average American family lost over $3,000 of household income. And under the first 10 months of this Trump administration, they have gained over $1,000 of household income. What that says very clearly is that we are fixing the problem that Joe Biden and the Democrats created in the last administration. If you look at every affordability crisis that's confronting the American people today, it is traceable directly to a problem caused by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. Why did homes get so unaffordable? Because we had 20 million illegal aliens in this country taking homes that ought by right to go to American citizens. Why did tax bills get so unaffordable? Because Democrats were raising taxes while congressional Republicans under the president's leadership, we're now cutting taxes. Why did food get so expensive? Because we printed trillions of dollars and threw it into green scams that made our agricultural economy suffer while Americans were paying higher prices for food. On every single one of those issues, Mr. President, I think we've made incredible progress. But it would be preposterous to fix every problem caused over the last 4 years in just 10 months. I think that we've done incredibly good. But what I see over the next year, and you heard Brooke talk about joy and gratitude. What I really think this season represents for me, and I think for the entire administration, is that we have now done incredible work to fix what Joe Biden broke. And I think that next year in American growth and American prosperity could be the best year that we've had in the United States of America. It's going to happen because we're all working hard. It's going to happen because we have the greatest country in the world. But I think for congressional Democrats in particular, if they want to talk about affordability, they ought to look in the mirror. We are fixing what they're broken. We're proud to do it. It's the job that we were elected to do. But I think 2026 is going to be the year where this economy really takes off.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Yeah.
President Trump, thank you for talking about Sarah. Heartbreaks for her family. And Andy is doing well. His parents, Melody and Jason, wanted me to tell you, and I was with them yesterday in the hospital. He's a miracle. I was there when the surgeons came in, and they wanted you to know this. He's a miracle, and if everyone in this country can continue to pray for that family. He's got a long road ahead of him, but he is a miracle. And of course, our DC initiative is led by our amazing, and the monster will be held accountable who did this. Our marshals, of course, are leading the DC Safe effort. We have made over 7,000 arrests at your direction. DC is safe again. Working with everyone around this table, Pete and everyone. Scott and I were in Memphis together last week, and everyone, and Bobby, your HHS, doctors and medics are on the ground to help people in Memphis and DC. In Memphis, we've made over 3,500 arrests so far, and Homeland Security, Christy, you've been instrumental in this. But it's everyone working together as a team. We even have Treasury agents out there. It's unbelievable, on the ground in DC and Memphis. Of course, law enforcement first, FBI, Kash Patel has led the FBI. We have a 100% increase in the arrest of violent criminals, thanks to your leadership. DEA, led by Terry Cole. Over 45 million fentanyl pills, 4,200 kilos fentanyl powder. That is the equivalent of 347 million potential lethal doses. That's unbelievable that you've taken off the streets of our country. And the weight of all the drugs combined taken off by DEA is the weight of 17 full semi-trucks of the drugs just since you've been in office. The drugs that had flowed into this country under the previous administration. ATF, led by Rob Sakata, has seized more than 31,000 illegal guns. 31,000. Unbelievable at your leadership. 19,000 of those were from trafficking cases. We've been sued on the legal front now. We have been sued 575 times. 575 times. More than every administration going back to Reagan combined. Most recently, yesterday, I was sued by an immigration judge who we fired. One of the reasons, she said she was a woman. Last I checked, I was a woman as well. 24 Supreme Court wins, President Trump, 92% success rate. We told you it would take a while to get to the Supreme Court. We're doing it at record speed, led by John Sauer, of course, Sarah and Hosh, all working together. Immigration, we're winning. Nationwide injunctions, ending DEI funding, working to secure that our federal workforce is aligned with your America First agenda, representing pretty much everyone in this room. We met with your general counsel yesterday, Doug, working with everyone. It's nonstop. ICE, of course, we're winning there with Christie. We're Brooke, SNAP benefits, won there. Marco, USAID. Pete, National Guard, of course, going nonstop. Our U.S. attorneys are fighting violent crime, working around the clock to make America safe again, which was your directive. Our Civil Rights Division, suing Gavin Newsom 3 times now, Prop 50, keeping boys out of girls' sports, and in-state tuition for illegal aliens. We've sued over election integrity. We are litigating major universities with Linda. Thank you, our Civil Rights Division, for everything that you've done to end DEI in our schools. Our Civil Division fighting sanctuary cities every single day. And of course, our Antitrust Division with Google, major settlement. Our attorneys are working on terrorism, TDA, MS-13, Antifa, President Trump. We've charged more than 500 defendants with assault on federal officers thanks to your directive. And also, we have dropped countless cases against Americans that were prosecuted under the Biden administration, including J6, COVID, FACE Act, and more. And as everyone knows, we cannot talk about pending grand jury investigations, but no one is above the law, and that includes what happened in Arctic frost. I hope everyone has a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Holidays. Thank you for fighting for our country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me to be at this table. When I came on board, I knew really none of you in this last year, and it's been a year, Mr. President, since I've had the pleasure to serve this country on the workforce. Everybody said the Department of Labor would be quiet, fly under the radar, you won't have to do too much. Absolutely not, because you made the American people realize the American dream is real for the American workforce. And it's been under your leadership, Mr. President, that over 2 million jobs that has been created since you started have been native-born workers. And that is the difference between this presidency, this administration, as opposed to the Biden administration, where mostly foreign-born or federal government jobs. And I think through the private sector, over 2 million jobs of native-born. And so the Labor Department has wasted no time in putting that into action with our Make America Skilled Again, either grant dollars, but the intentionality of the apprenticeship program, 1 million active apprentices across this country. We have done over 250,000 new apprentices so far in the first year and registered over 2,000 new apprenticeship programs. Why do we need the apprenticeship programs with the men and women in the trades? Because of the leadership of onshoring and reshoring, and have a lot of these companies reinvest in America. We have to build this country. We cannot do that without the tradesmen and women and the craftsmen of this country. And I think that, Howard and I, we talked about that from the beginning, and we're going to have to lean in on that because we need the labor force, 700,000 new skilled jobs with electricians, construction workers, machinists, and so forth. And as I traveled with the vice president as well, we see that on the manufacturing floors of this country, they're in desperate need. The Department of Labor are going to get the workforce skilled again. Working with Secretary McMahon as we move a lot of the education out to our respective states, we are now working together, and we have deployed $86 million in investments, and a lot of that is in AI infrastructure jobs to have our new workforce proficient and literate in AI if we're going to continue to lead the AI race, and we're working on that. And the Department of Labor is now creating and will soon launch the AI infrastructure and workforce hub, which we will be able to track that metrics to see exactly if these dollars are going correctly. Integrating education and workforce with, obviously, Administrator Leffler and I are on the road a lot together because we're talking about Main Street as well as a lot of the manufacturing jobs and how we're being an ally to our businesses as opposed to an adversary. For far too long under the Biden administration, we were adversaries to our business owners, and we want to give them a leg up always and make sure that we're paying attention. And we want our workforce to be educated. We do not need the numbers that we have seen across this country where our 4th through 8th graders cannot read, write, or do any math, and they are our future workforce. We have to depend on the American worker first. Also, lowering healthcare costs in line with the executive order. I'm working with Treasury and HHS, and rulemaking is underway to expand healthcare transparency and make pricing more affordable for our employers who offer these to their employees. Promoting retirement security. The department rescinded the Biden administration's guidance that restricted the use of crypto in the retirement investments, and we're seeing more and more of that, where we also rescinded the supplemental statement that discouraged the fiduciaries from considering the alternative assets for 401ks, and that will also come through the Department of Labor, that rulemaking. Ending abuse of cheap foreign labor at the expense of the American worker. We launched over 200 investigations into companies who will have abused and or fraudulently against the American worker. So Project Firewall was released. Thank you, Mr. President. We want the trained workforce, but we will root out the fraud and abuse, and we'll protect the American worker first. And slashing the job-killing regulations. The department has rescinded discriminatory DEI practices, and I will tell you, reducing compliance costs for businesses as it was for DEI has saved American businesses nearly $1 billion this year by just getting rid of DEI for that compliance cost that they've had to do. So, Mr. President, continuing to skill the American worker, the American workforce is going to be my mission. We have to do it faster. We have to do it quicker. We have to build so that the American people can realize that American dream that you have laid out so eloquently. And it's an honor to serve under this administration and to talk to the American workers who believe in the American dream again, the pride on their face, the pride of the American worker, the skilled men and women who build with their hands. It's an honor. So thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Very good job. Thank you very much. Chris?
Mr. President, I am honored and frankly inspired to sit at this table with this incredible team of leaders that work every day for one and only one constituency, the American people. Not this group or that group, the American people. The price of energy is very much on the mind of Americans. The biggest determinant of the price of energy is politicians, political leaders, and policies. That's what drives energy prices. Under your leadership, what we've seen in the United States is just a steady drop in the price of gasoline, a huge consumer cost for Americans. As you mentioned early on, well below $3 a gallon right now and trending downwards. There are a number of stations in the heartland of America with $1.99 signs flying today. That's simply impossible without the leadership and changes you brought. Now, of course, you can go to California, where the average price of gasoline is between $4.50 and $5 a gallon today in California. That's just bad political leaders there and bad policies in California.
And taxes.
And taxes.
Taxes they charge on gasoline are just insane. Terrible.
And electricity prices is a very parallel story, but it's a bigger moving ship, so the changes are a little bit slower. But Americans are outraged at, a roughly 30% rise in the average price of electricity across this country. But everything we are doing together is going to reverse that. Not just stop the rises, but start a downward trajectory in electricity prices. And I can say that with confidence, not because we think these policies will work. We know these policies will work, and I'll get to that in a second. We're going to stop closing power plants. We've already done that, of course. Stop closing the coal power plants and natural gas plants that were shut down. We've got over 30 gigawatts of generators just sitting there today, not allowed to run. Well, of course, we're fixing that immediately. We're going to bring on from our existing grid tens of gigawatts more capacity that'll drive down the cost of electricity. But if we look at the last 5 years to see what works and what doesn't work, the most Trump-aligned policies in the electricity sector were by, no surprise, one of your cabinet members, Secretary Burgum, for 8 years governor of North Dakota. Over the last 5 years, production and demand for electricity in North Dakota grew 35%. Think what data center boom's going to do. And what happened? Electricity prices went down. Didn't rise slowly. They actually went down those 5 years. That's the answer. Trump-aligned energy policies increased demand for electricity. Nebraska and Texas, more Trump-aligned states, had significant growth in demand for electricity. They had electricity price rises, but well below the price of inflation. Unfortunately, Biden brought all of us a lot of inflation. If you look at the other end of the spectrum, California, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maryland, I could go on. What happened in those states? Policies and politicians that force the building of unreliable electricity generation, which requires new infrastructure and transmission lines. And what happened? Today they produce less electricity than they did 5 years ago. A lot of spending money and less electricity. What does that mean? Of course, much faster rises in the price of electricity. Blue states have had 1.5 times faster rise in electricity prices than red states. Red states alone, less than inflation. We need to bring those policies. You are bringing those policies to the national level. We hope the blue states will come along with us, but your policies are going to start the decline of electricity prices nationwide under your leadership by just bringing back common sense. So thank you for allowing me to be part of this team. For people here who are focused on winning, special thanks to Howard and Scotty who were there with me to see the Denver Broncos win on Monday night. Now we want nationwide wins on energy for 3 more years.
And we're doing more energy production than we've ever done by far right now.
Records across the board that'll continue to be reset every year you're in office.
Thank you very much.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for giving me a very interesting job. Some days it's a little controversial too, but it's been an honor to work for you. You are a great American. The fights that you pick are the right fights, and they're always on behalf of this country. So I appreciate the chance to do this job heading up this department. If you think about what Joe Biden did with the Department of Homeland Security, he used this department to invade the country with terrorists. He opened up the borders, let anybody come in that wanted to. He put them on airplanes. He let them through our airports. If they could figure out a way to get to our shores and in our country, he just opened the door and invited them in. So it's our job to get them out. And I want to thank you for this team, because I look around the table and I think every single person here has helped me do my job over the last year. They've supported us at the border and given us resources. Marco negotiates all the travel documents and relationships with other countries to take their people home. 2 million people have gone home already. The people that were here illegally, you've removed from our country and sent home. And we're going to send more home for the holidays too, and make sure that they get to be with their families in their countries. Yes.
Mostly the bad ones.
That's right.
Focus is the bad ones.
That's right.
And there are a lot of them.
They're terrible, horrible people. And Pam makes sure she's fighting for us in court so that we can get up every day and be bold. We're going to hire our 10,000th ICE officer. Will be on the job within 10 days. So we have hired 10,000. We've had hundreds of thousands of applications. We've got within the department, TSA went through this government shutdown without any delays. They all showed up for their shifts and worked hard doing security.
And they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through hurricane season without a hurricane.
Yeah.
And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away, so we appreciate that. And FEMA is deploying resources and dollars 150% faster than ever before. So if somebody does have something bad that happens to them, you are immediately there helping them and telling them they have the resources to get back up on their feet. So we have built and deployed hundreds of miles of border already. You have cut the fentanyl flow over the southern border by over 56%. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives with the cocaine you've blown up in the Caribbean. And, you told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, and we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country and have its back. So thank you for letting us get up every day and have a purpose. We
Thank you
appreciate
very
it.
much. Thanks, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, you're exactly right. We are saving this country. We're doing it one Main Street at a time, and we're doing it at record speed and at record levels. Under your leadership, small business optimism, according to the U.S. Chamber Index for small businesses, has reached an all-time high in the history of that index. So on Main Street, the economy is coming back thanks to your leadership, thanks to getting Biden inflation under control. Small businesses' number one concern right now is finding skilled labor, and that's why Secretary Chavez DeRemer and I have entered into an MOU to get to speed that workforce to small businesses that under this administration are now at record levels. 36 million small businesses have now taken on board, for the first time in the SBA's history, $100 billion. That's $45 billion in small business lending at 85,000 small businesses, most of that under your term, and $52 billion out to small business investment companies. So we are running this agency like the best run bank in the country. We are growing small businesses across Main Street, and we're deregulating to the tune of $100 billion, working with all my fellow cabinet members. And thank you for putting together the best cabinet in history. Iron sharpens iron, and thank you for bringing such a strong leadership group together. And then finally, I've walked factory floors from Alaska to Maine, and the workers, the small businesses, most manufacturers in this country are small businesses, 600,000 of them. They are so grateful to your fair trade, low inflation, deregulation agenda that is creating national security and economic security in this country like never before. And so I want to also finally thank you for bringing faith back to the White House, to this administration. I want to thank Brooke for hosting the Cabinet Bible Study and invite everyone tomorrow to Bible study and making this country something that we can be so proud of under your leadership. And I am so blessed and honored to be part of this team. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I am truly grateful to be a member of your team here at this table to help support you in delivering on the promises that you made to the American people. You came in with a very clear mandate of taking on the rampant weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community and federal law enforcement, experiencing yourself, the deep state abusing their power as they have against you, your family, and so many of the American people. Bring out accountability truly for those who have abused their power, making sure that the intelligence community is supporting your efforts in keeping the American people safe, secure, and free, and being the president of peace. I'm grateful to be in this position as your Director of National Intelligence to support you in these efforts, and I'll cover very briefly what we've done over the last year under your leadership and what we look forward to continuing to focus on next year. First of all, under your leadership, again, we've taken on a historic effort for transparency, declassification, and exposing these abuses of power by these deep state actors.
We've declassified over 500,000 documents, many of which had never been seen before by the American people, put them online to bring about this level of transparency. We formed a weaponization working group, again, to be able to go after a lot of these abuses of power that have never seen the light of day, to support the accountability that under Pam Bondi's leadership in the Department of Justice is coming about. Secondly, bring about reforms to the intelligence community to make sure that we have the most effective and efficient and focused workforce that's really working on bringing about the priorities you have laid out in ensuring our country's security. And lastly, Mr. President, working with many of our partners here around the table is going after these domestic threats. We have threats coming from both Islamist ideology as well as Islamist terrorists, foreign terrorist organizations, and those who seek to do harm to the American people, many of whom were let in across our borders under the previous administration. We are focused on these tasks and this imperative for the American people, and just appreciate your leadership, Mr. President, in empowering us to be able to conduct this service. Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas. That's right. Merry Christmas. Say it loud and clear. Thank you.
Mr. President, your team at the Trump EPA has been crushing it all year to fix the big mess that we inherited and deliver amazing results for the American people. I've had the opportunity to visit all 50 states since confirmation earlier this year, and to hear from real people, where they meet, where they live, and to bring their great ideas and their asks back to us to be able to deliver for them. At the Trump EPA, we have proven that you can both protect the environment and grow the economy. On the environmental front, since you were sworn in earlier this year, we have averaged a big environmental accomplishment every single day. On the 100th day, the 200th day, the 300th day of your presidency, each time we released a list of our top 100 environmental accomplishments. That has included a historic LA wildfire cleanup that you ordered us to complete in record time, which we did, and the Army Corps, under the leadership of our great Secretary of War, did their part as well. The federal government completely did all of the work needed to allow these residents and businesses to be able to rebuild, but poor leadership at the local and state level, unfortunately, is still resulting in these property owners unable to rebuild, and it's wrong. We also were able to reach an agreement with Mexico to be able to implement a plan to permanently end a decades-old raw sewage crisis on the southern border with Mexico. And Secretary Rubio and his team, Chris Landau, Ambassador Johnson, they've been amazing to get that done. On the deregulatory front, we have proudly launched a massive blitz that amounts to the largest deregulatory effort by any agency in the history of the United States. To put some perspective on it, in 1 year, at one agency, we will do more deregulation than entire presidencies have done across all agencies. It's incredible. You could go back across 4-year terms, 8-year terms, you've never seen this much deregulation. One agency, 1 year. In fact, when finalized, the proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding amounts to the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States of America. From fixing the agency's definition of waters of the United States, which is important for our farmers, our ranchers, and other landowners, to the effort to end electric vehicle mandates and promote consumer choice, eliminating regulations designed to eliminate entire sectors of our energy economy. We're thinking big and we're delivering big. We have reduced terrible derailments on diesel exhaust fluid systems. We're getting water moving faster, new pipelines and power plants built, and we're helping to unleash energy dominance. Mr. President, on the operational front, we have significantly reduced the size of the agency workforce, and we are accomplishing more with less. It's all about priorities, and our focus is on fulfilling our statutory obligations, helping to fast-track project approvals that were taking way too long, and closely following the law, as well as key Supreme Court decisions like Loper-Bright to overturn the Chevron doctrine. We inherited massive backlogs that we've been eliminating all year long. We've been implementing your executive order to end COVID-era remote work. We consolidated real estate, canceled expensive media subscriptions, and closed a Biden EPA museum that none of you knew even existed. I'm sure none of you actually visited. To put it another way, in 2024, the Biden EPA obligated and spent over $60 billion in 1 year, an agency with an operational budget of about $10 billion a year. In their own words, caught on camera, they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, wasting precious tax dollars to pay off well-connected Obama and Biden officials. And they were doing it without any apology or regret. The Biden EPA, in fact, was amending grant agreements just days before you came into office to reduce agency oversight. But this year, 2025, at the Trump EPA, similar theme that you'll hear from everyone around this table. With our actions canceling wasteful grants and implementing other measures just mentioned, we have saved $30 billion. They spent over $60 billion. We have saved over $30 billion. The bottom line, by the way, is that the Green New scam is dead. It's a new day at the EPA where we will protect the environment and grow the economy. We will deliver on the Trump mandate every day. And we will fight with just one constituency front of mind, and that is the American people. Thank you, Mr. President, for being willing to take a bullet for this country. And if you were to ask me what I'm grateful for, whether it's a Thanksgiving, it's a Christmas, a Hanukkah, a New Year's, any time of year, the fact that this president, after 4 years serving in office, he could have just left it in the rearview mirror and went on to really enjoy retirement. But he is willing to take a bullet for all of you tuning in at home because he believes in this flag, our freedom, our liberties, and to save the greatest country in the history of the world. So I'm grateful this holiday season for you, Mr. President. You're willing to take a bullet for all of us, and by all of us, it's the American public.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, good morning, everyone. Well, in spite of the fact that your charge to me is to fire myself, we've really been incredibly hard at work making sure that we can return education to the states. And as I sit and listen to all the emergencies that we are addressing in this country, from the economy to our borders to everything that we're doing, I would say, sir, that if we do not fix education in our country with this hard reset, that fix education in our country with this hard reset, that percent of 12th graders, 8th graders, and 4th graders that can read at proficiency level. That is an incredibly harsh statement to make about our country. And you told me when you first were elected president, and you looked at, I think, right after you took office, the first NAEP scores, which is Nation's Report Card, came out and showed how far down we were in educational proficiency in our country. And not only the NAEP scores, but the international scores as well showed us about third from the bottom. You told me you were not only embarrassed, but you were angry about this, and that we had to do something to change this in our country. And we took a hard look at it, and you absolutely said the bureaucracy of education in Washington is keeping its thumb on preventing growth what we should have, because it's best handled at the state level. Letting states put their programs in place, and some states are going to do it a lot better than others. But it's not going to happen from Washington, D.C. And when I hear things like, well, with no disrespect to any other country in the world that have really great programs, Germany, Sweden, Norway, we'll hear about this all the time. Point of fact is, they're this big. The United States is this big. We can't do it from Washington, D.C. It has to be done at the state level. So what we've been doing, as Lori brought up, Secretary of Labor brought up, we have a great working relationship. We have already signed and implemented one MOU or interagency agreement to handle the WIOA program and the Perkins grants to make sure it works. I call these, these are programs, pilot programs that we're putting out there. And if these are going to work, we will be able to permanently transfer these programs to other agencies. They're working like a charm. We've taken some of our best people in education. It still operates under the budget of the Department of Education and under the management of the Department of Education, but working with Lori's personnel. And when I hear pushback on that to say, well, how can this possibly work? The education, and put it in labor. Let's be efficient. One example, in order to draw down on a lot of the grants that they are helping us with, we're using their grant system. The grant system at the Department of Education is like held together with bubble gum and rubber bands. And it did not interact with any other agency. Now, we have this really smooth operation already in labor. So that has prompted us to sign also other interagency agreements, 2 more with labor, 1 with HHS, 1 with the Department of State, and we'll be moving other programs, but these are proof of concept. Let's make sure they're working and working smoothly before we ask Congress to codify these permanent moves. So that's kind of in the world of K through 12, what we're looking at right now, but in the world of higher education, as Attorney General Bondi mentioned, we've been working really very hard to make sure that we've got anti-Semitism and DEI out of our universities, and put some pretty stiff fines on, worked some good deals. I've enjoyed working with Harmeet, who is just an incredible negotiator. So we're bringing all of that to bear as well. So I can say, sir, that we are moving to return education to the states and to bring the level of education back up, making sure our students can read, are reintroducing the science of reading in schools. And going into next year, I can honestly say we've got a lean, mean machine operating at the Department of Education. It's only half the workforce when we started, and we're more efficient, and I think we're going to see better results as we move into next year. So thank you for this incredible opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, during this holiday season for empowering us at HHS, me, Dr. McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, and Dr. Oz to change the trajectory of this agency towards public health in a way from the tradition of serving the mercantile interests of the medical industrial complex and the big pharmaceutical companies. 2 weeks ago, we ended, under your leadership, a 20-year war on women by removing the black box warnings from hormone replacement therapy. The medical cartel was telling women that hormone replacement therapy during menopause was dangerous for them. In fact, here's what the science said. It diminishes the risk of fatal heart attacks by 25%, cardiac disease by 50%, Alzheimer's by 35%, bone fractures by 50 to 60%. It improves appetite, it improves sleep, it improves energy, it improves happiness. There are tens of millions of women in this country who have been deprived of that therapy because of scientific malpractice by the medical cartel. We are now remedying that, and this remedy will now be available to all women who want it during one of the most difficult transitions of their lives. MFN is one of our greatest accomplishments. It would not have happened without you. You were the only person who believed in it. You drove us to get it done. We've now made agreements with the 5 biggest pharmaceutical companies. We have 12 more in the lineup to make agreements. By the time this administration leaves office, 95% of the drugs in this country we will have the lowest prices of any nation in the developed world. Americans are already getting the benefits from these. These companies are already lowering these prices dramatically, as you noticed. And then this week, Howard at Department of Commerce and Jameson at the U.S. Trade Representative made a bargain with Great Britain to raise their drug prices in conformance with your promise that the Europeans would raise theirs to counterbalance us lowering ours, and therefore we would keep intact the ecosystem of innovation and protect innovation. So congratulations on that, Mr. President. When I first when you first asked me to take this job, one of the first contacts we made was with the leading economics professor, health economics professor at Harvard. And we asked him what's the one innovation that we could do that would most dramatically improve the health care experience for the average American. And he said there's no contest, it's to get rid of prior authorization. Thanks to your leadership, we were able to convene the largest insurance companies in this country and do something that every administration, every Congress has promised for the past 30 years. We actually got it done. We convened the insurance companies representing 280 million Americans and got them to agree, most of them by January of 2026, for 2 months from now, to remove prior authorization for most of their procedures, for all the procedures we want them removed from. And that means that American patients at the point of care will be able to get an answer immediately. If your doctor says you need knee surgery, you will know before you leave that doctor's office whether your insurance company will pay for it or not. Similarly, healthcare records, the tech industry has refused to share healthcare records. You asked us to change that. We convened the 60 biggest tech companies at a conference that you presided over about 2 months ago. We now did a secondary conference which 400 leading companies all come in and agreed to remove any kind of blockages where individual Americans could get their own health care. Americans own their health care records, yet they were not able to access them. And if you lived in New Jersey and you moved to Oregon and you got injured, you went to a hospital, you would have to spend maybe 45 minutes filling out forms on a clipboard because your doctors there could not get your healthcare records, they couldn't get your blood type, your allergies, all the things that they ought to know immediately so they can save your life. Now that has all changed, and all these companies now have agreed to remove all the blocks on sharing healthcare records. Every American will have their healthcare records available on their cell phones, and it's already happening. In the last 6 months, there have been over 100 times the number of healthcare records shared by hospitals and during the entire previous administration. On deregulation, HHS proudly is now leading the pack, and thank you for your help on that, Russ. But today we announced the revocation of the nursing home rule, which was overburdening rural areas across this country, Indian reservations, with regulations that were going to destroy the nursing home industry in those communities. And that is going to be a $25 billion savings. Those are some of the things that we're doing because of your leadership. President Trump, thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, brother, very much. Great job.
Well, Mr. President, you've assembled an incredibly talented group here. If you took a look at this group compared to any Fortune 500 leadership team, any group of startup folks, I mean, this is an amazing group in the breadth of what's being accomplished. And the timing couldn't be better because with your leadership and vision, you've set us up for this age of abundance as we head into next year, the 250th anniversary of this country. And what are we heading into that year? As we've talked around the table, you've heard about massively lower taxes, massively lower regulation, abundant energy, record capital investment coming in, job growth. I mean, we are set up to really have something to celebrate next year. And I just again want to say thank you to everybody around the table. You gave us one big assignment in Interior. Of course, Interior, largest balance sheet in the world. In the Department of Interior, if it was a standalone company, 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface, over 3 billion of offshore from Guam to the Virgin Islands. And you said, we got to take care of that balance sheet. We got to develop those resources. And what have we done across that? Producing record amounts of oil, record amounts of gas. And again, we set out with a goal, energy diplomacy, sell energy to our friends and allies. We're exporting a record amount of energy to all of our friends and allies around the world. That's helping do that. And you're giving a gift to America as we head into this. You're giving us peace abroad, and you're giving us prosperity at home. That bodes so well for our country. One small little gift that we're giving to all Americans from one teeny part of Interior, which is the national parks, is that not only are we keeping prices low for all American citizens, offering 10 free days for our national parks next year to coincide with our holidays, but also a $100 surcharge for non-residents. That is going to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for helping restore and preserve all of our best parks. So as we close out with it, I want to also say a big celebration going on here in Washington, D.C. We've been thrilled to be part of the National Park Service, the U.S. Park Police, part of this great effort across a number of us on making D.C. safe and beautiful. This will be the safest and most beautiful capital in the world. We are doing so many things, whether it's hundreds of homeless camps, thousands of graffiti sites, cleaning up ponds and fountains, preparing this thing. The United States is never going to be performing better economically. It's never going to be looking better, just like the White House has never looked better, all because of your vision and leadership. So again, thank you, sir. You've given an incredible Christmas gift to Americans by setting us up for an incredible 250th anniversary.
That's very nice. Thank you, Dad, very much. Marco?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is a very talented team, as you've seen, and as you know, because you picked every single one that's on. You deserve tremendous credit for doing that. It's an honor to be in this role. It's also an honor to be involved in and be a witness to what I believe is the most transformational year in American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, at least. And it's transformational because for the first time in a long time, we have a president who basically puts America at the forefront of every decision we make in our relations with the world. And that may sound weird to people, like, of course you always do. No, that hasn't always been the case until about a year ago. And I think we've all witnessed in our own respective spaces how in every interaction the president has with the world, the goal he has in mind is very simple. Does what you want us to do, or is it going to make us stronger? Is it going to make us richer? Is it going to make us safer? If it is, he's for it. If it's not, he's against it. If something's going to make America weaker or poorer or less safe, the president's going to be against it. And every single thing he has done in our foreign policy has been driven by the American people in mind. And I can go down the list. Why has he focused on mass migration? It's very simple, because no country is safe if you can just walk in without us knowing who you are into your country. We've seen the destruction that that's wreaking, not just in our own country, but the impact that it's having in Europe and in many other parts of the world. You talk about trade deals and the trade situation has been involved in. People, all this reporting on it. It's very simple. The president views the last 40 years as an era of which American workers and American farmers have been ripped off. They've been ripped off, and what he's saying is we want to have a trade with the world, but it has to be a trade in which American businesses and American workers and the products they make and what American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money. When the president has said we're going to do foreign aid, but we're going to do foreign aid for countries that are aligned with the United States and in a way that doesn't waste the taxpayers' money. Mr. President, you deserve tremendous credit for that. Many of us, the Vice President, by the way, I want to acknowledge, has played an extraordinary role in our foreign policy, and he too has been a witness to all of this as it's been occurring, and he's been a big part of it as well. You talk about NATO. The president's not against NATO. He went to NATO and basically said, look, you guys, we're paying all the money, and he got them to do the 5% commitment, which everybody said was never going to happen, it was impossible. Everything this president does is driven by the American people. Whether you don't have to agree with the actual move, but understand the motivation. The motivation is always you, the American people, and what's good for you, for your family, for the country, and for our economy. But the president is also committed to peace in a way that all of us have seen. He achieved in Gaza, and he does it, by the way, not just because he hates war and he thinks wars are a waste of money and lives, but because he's the only leader in the world that can. No other leader in the world could have pulled off what happened in Gaza. And I can tell you, I can't get into the details. The Vice President knows what I'm talking about. That deal doesn't happen without the president's direct interaction with the leaders that were involved in this decision making. And everyone said that deal couldn't hold. And then the president shepherded through the United Nations of all places to get a global coalition of countries to line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace. And it's still, every day is a challenge, but it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started, it never would have happened if you'd been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it, not because, listen, we got a million things to focus on in the world as a country, but he's the only leader in the world that can help end it. And that's why even as we speak to you now, Steve Woodcock is in Moscow trying to find a way to end this war, to save lives of 9,000 people, Mr. President, as you know, are dying every week. More people are dying a week in that war than have died in the entirety of the U.S.'s involvement in Afghanistan or Iraq. Just think about that, how bloody and destructive it is. The President's taken on this issue of Sudan personally, not send out deputies to do it. Again, far away from the United States, because he's the only leader in the world that can bring it about to an end, not to mention all the other peace deals, very dangerous ones like India and Pakistan, or Cambodia and Thailand. And so on all these things, Mr. President, I think you deserve tremendous credit for the transformational aspect of our foreign policy. For the first time in probably 4 decades, the American foreign policy is driven by what is good for America and Americans, whether it makes us safer and stronger and more prosperous. If it is, he's for it. If it doesn't, he's against it. And that sort of clarity is transformational. I close with this, and I know I'm last, so I wanted to be fast, but there was a lot to cover. I do want to say this is the most wonderful and magical time of the year. By that, of course, I'm referring to the college football playoffs. And I just want to say this as a point of personal privilege. And I'm a Florida Gator, but if the University of Miami gets screwed out of the college football playoffs after going 10-2 and beating Notre Dame, the whole thing should be scrapped, and you're going to have to take over it next year.
Amen. Well, thank you all very much. I hope it wasn't too long, but it was very concise, and we've done a lot. This group has done a lot. Amazing. Everybody at this table has done a fantastic. And Susie, thank you for doing a great job as our Chief of Staff. First female Chief of Staff in the history of our country, which is pretty amazing when you think of it, right? And she's the best. Thank you very much. Great job. So after that, do you want to ask any questions?
Mr. President, there's been a lot of speculation about who the next Fed chairman could possibly be. You said you have somebody in mind. How many names were you given on the final list? And does that person currently work on the board of Federal Reserve?
Well, I'd say that we probably looked at 10. Then Scott interviewed some people that I didn't know, but he knew. And a lot of people were involved in the process, actually, and Howard was involved. But I think we probably looked at 10, and we have it down to 1.
Can you answer this? I want to ask you about Elon Musk, if I could. You talked about Elon Musk. You had him in dinner here in the White House. Is he now back in your circle of friends?
Well, I really don't know. I mean, I like Elon a lot. He was a very, he really helped during the election with his endorsement. He felt strongly. Look, we had one problem. I didn't want to have everybody have to have an electric car, and he makes electric cars. And I think we get along well.
On affordability,
Mr. President, thank you.
Yeah, one more. Yeah, when you talk about affordability, is going forward, are the American people, do you believe, getting impatient with the reforms that you're making? They've talked about it's about.
I think they're getting fake news from guys like you. Look, affordability is a hoax that was started by Democrats who caused the problem of pricing, and they didn't end it. They lost in a landslide. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. You take a look at districts. It was 2,750 to 525. Because that was an affordability problem. We brought it down. Look at energy. Look at the gasoline price. It's like the simplest, and it's the biggest. Because if energy comes down, everything comes down. That's the way it works. We're going to be at 250. You said 199 in some places of the country, right? You said it. I didn't say it. And they won't check you. They'll check me. So I'd like to use your number. 199 a gallon. Unthinkable if you go back a year and a half ago. It's unthinkable. So now we're bringing the prices down, way down. Beef is coming down now. We've done certain magic and beef is coming down. But we inherited horrible prices. We inherited really the worst inflation in history. We inherited that. When I came in, that's what he had. And we fixed inflation. And we fixed almost everything, if you want to know the truth, including 8 wars. We got 1 to go. But including 8 wars. But when they always say, I watched today where they have a race going on right now in Tennessee, and this woman goes, affordability, affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem. The prices were way high. We're bringing the prices down. But they're like scam artists. You know, they're I call them con men and women. They come out, they say affordability, like, oh, I see price. We're going to get prices down still further. But we brought them down from the prices they cost. The reason that they had the highest inflation in the history of our country is because they had the highest prices. But we brought them down, and now we have normal inflation.
Mr. President, thank you so much for taking questions with your assembled cabinet. I wanted to clarify something that you had said on Sunday regarding the boat strikes near Venezuela. You had said that you didn't know if the second strike on that one boat had happened, but you wouldn't have wanted it. Now that your administration has acknowledged that it happened, do you support that second strike? And Mr. Secretary, I wanted to clarify something you had said in an interview back in September, I believe on Fox News. You said that you had watched that strike live on television. In real time, did you know that there were survivors after the initial strike?
Well, look, all I know is this. Every boat that you see get blown up, we save 25,000 on average lives, 25,000 lives. They've been sending enough of this horrible fentanyl and other things like cocaine and other things, but fentanyl right now is the leader of the pack, to kill our entire nation. Because a little speck on the head of a pin can kill somebody. It's very dangerous stuff. I know so many people where their sons were drug addicts. They had one little sample and they died. They died. They couldn't believe it. As far as the attack is concerned, I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a boat. But I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of that is extraordinary. He's an extraordinary person. I'll let Pete speak about him. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people. I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this, I want those boats taken out. And if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea. And there's very little coming in by sea. I think we've knocked out over 90% of it. There's very little, and I understand that. There's very little. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives with those pinpoint attacks. It's an amazing thing when you see a boat going along, and a lot of the press would like to say they're not, you see the boat, they're not maybe drugs. You see these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines on the back of a boat going in weird directions and loaded up with lots of white containers? They're bags of things. No, they've done an amazing job. And Peter's done an amazing job. Pete, you could probably better answer the question.
No, you're spot on, sir. I think you got to start with the baseline, which Marco laid out, everybody's laid out. We've got 20 million people invading our country over 4 years. We don't know where they're coming from. That includes Tren de Aragua and cartels and violent criminals. They bring drugs, and you mentioned it, Mr. President, poisoning, an intentional poisoning of the American people, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. So the president had the courage to designate these cartels as designated terrorist organizations. Now, a number of us here served in the military and spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al-Qaeda and ISIS? Do you arrest them and treat them, pat them on the head and say, don't do that again? Or do you end the problem directly by taking a lethal, kinetic approach? And that's the way President Trump has authorized the War Department to look at these cartels. And I wish everybody could be in the room watching our professionals like Mitch Bradley, Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC and SOCOM and other commanders. The deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based way that we're able to, with sources and methods that we can't reveal here, make sure that every one of those drug boats is tied to a designated terrorist organization. We know who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying. All these white bales are not Christmas gifts from Santa. This is drugs running on 4-motor fast boats or submarines that we've also struck. No one's fishing on a submarine. And I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes as you would, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information and make sure it's the right strike. That was September 2nd. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that, a lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do, and by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer because narco-terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike? You personally?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded and fire and smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first. Did I hear it
I couldn't tell you
correctly?
the exact amount of time.
You went off the room, is what you're saying.
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
So remember this, we lost last year, I think it was more than that, but people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, that family will never be the same. But these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000 people last year. And those numbers are down. Those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes, and we're going to start doing those strikes on land too. The land is much easier. It's much easier. And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that very soon too.
Mr. President, thank you so much, Mr. President.
You know what, when we start that, we're going to drive those numbers down so low. And then you're going to have families be able to live without the fear of their son or daughter just having a pill to have a little fun and ending up dying within a period of 60 seconds, right? No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it continue to happen. What Biden did to this country by allowing all these people, and I call them animals in many cases, I think they're animals, to come into our country and destroy our country and let all those drugs pour in, let people just walk across the border like it was nothing. You look at them, a lot of them, you say, oh, let's not discriminate. I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about you look into the eyes of some of these people. We're smart. And you see a killer. Come on in. Just come on in. 11,888 murderers. Many of them committed more than one murder. He allowed them into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers. And hundreds of thousands of people a year died. And we're taking those son of a bitches out,
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for taking our questions. I think this is the most transparent administration I have received.
I'm impressed by these people. I'll tell you, how strong are you? You've been holding it for 2 hours. There are very few physically. There are very few people who could do that. I'm very proud of you. What the hell you? I have no idea who you are, but you're strong.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week, militia groups in Iraq attacked the Christian region's gas field, the largest gas field, which even the U.S. companies invested in the energy sector in the Christian region. And the Christian Prime Minister requested the United States to provide them some sorts of means and defense system to defending their civilian infrastructure and U.S. investment in the Christian region. Are you willing to providing them the support And if I had this question, tomorrow the United States is going to open and inaugurate one of the...
Speak louder.
Yeah, of course.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
You're the most gentle, beautiful voice, but you're a very gentle person. Go ahead. Just take fewer words and louder.
Yeah, sure. I will repeat my first question. Last week, the Iraqi militia groups attacked one of the largest gas fields in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, which even the U.S. companies have invested in these gas fields.
Yeah.
And then,
are you from Iraq?
I'm from Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan.
Okay.
Yeah. Working for Huda Media Network. And the Kurdistan region prime minister, he requested the United States providing them some sort of defense system to defending these gas fields and U.S. investment in the Kurdistan region. Are you willing to helping them?
Well, we'll look at it. I heard about it, and I'm hearing about it more now, frankly. It wasn't at the top of my list. It's a very unusual question, I think, but I assume you're from the area, and to you it's a very important question, and to me it is also, because people are being killed. I will say this, Iraq has been much different in terms of us than they were prior to us taking out the nuclear capability of Iran. You know, Iran has gone down many, many steps in terms of its fear factor. They were the bully of the Middle East, and they're really not the bully of the Middle East anymore. And Iraq was being bullied by Iran. We had a president that thought it was brilliant to blow them up, and they blew them up, and all of a sudden, instead of having a power that was basically equal to Iran, they had Iran ruling the Middle East for a long period of time. But Iraq, from the day we hit them with those B-2 bombers and knocked out and obliterated, because CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't total obliteration. Well, it turned out it was totally obliteration. It was every single one of those missiles hit its target. It was actually amazing, but it was wiped out, totally wiped out. I will tell you, Iraq has been a much friendlier place. They talk to us. The Prime Minister actually nominated me along with about 78 other countries for the Nobel Prize. I'm the only one that was nominated by almost 100 countries that didn't get it. But that's okay. But I saved a lot of lives. I saved a lot of lives. But Iraq nominated us for the Nobel Prize, and that was a great honor. You know, we didn't expect that from Iraq. Iraq has been a much different place since the taking out of Iran the nuclear capability. Yeah, let's get to another question. Here we go. This guy's a beauty. Go ahead.
Secretary Rubio mentioned your meetings ongoing in Russia today. Do you have any update from Mr. Wickoff and Mr. Kushner?
No, because I've been spending too much time with you. I mean, we're spending a lot of time in here. We wanted to do this you talk about being open and transparent. This has to be the most transparent administration in history. We spent a lot of time answering your questions and giving you a lot of good results. I mean, I think everybody here gave you good results. But no, I don't. I will have after I leave here.
But do you hope for a breakthrough, or is it not?
I don't know. Look, I don't know. All I can tell you is that we're trying very hard to save 25 to 30,000 people, mostly men, mostly soldiers, every month. 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers. It's impossible. That's half a stadium. Take a big football stadium. Take half of those people in a stadium, and they're wiped out. They're killed every month. It's crazy. That war is crazy. It would have never happened with me, and it didn't happen for 4 years.
And you just mentioned potential land strikes. Can you elaborate anything on that?
I'll elaborate. If they come in through a certain country or any country, or if we think they're building mills for whether it's fentanyl or cocaine. I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine. They have cocaine manufacturing plants, okay? And then they sell us their cocaine. We appreciate that very much. But yeah, anybody that's doing that and selling it into our country is subject to attack.
So not necessarily just Venezuela?
No, not just Venezuela, no. Venezuela's been very bad. Venezuela's been really bad in something else, probably worse than most, but a lot of other people do it too. They would send murderers into our country. They would empty their jails into our country. They sent people into our country that we don't want. They sent their drug dealers and their drug people into our country. They send people from their mental institutions into our country, and we're getting them out. That was bad. That was real bad. And they also sent drugs. Yeah.
On Tim Walz, Mr. President, do you think he should resign over the fraud scandal in his state?
And who should?
Tim Walz, over the fraud scandal in his state.
Look, I think the man's a grossly incompetent man. I thought that from the day I watched J.D. destroy him in the debate. I was saying, who was more incompetent, that man or my man? I had a man and he had a man. They were both incompetent, and I had a man and a woman. I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading the field, and I think she's leading the field in the nomination. Anyway, look, that's up to them. That's up to the Democrats. You know, the problem with them is they have really bad policy. And I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want them to change it necessarily. Because I want to run against it, whether it's not going to be me, it's going to be somebody that's going to probably sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people running together sitting at this table, you know. But I want them to win because we've done a great job for this country, and I want that to be carried forward. And you know, I think we have a tremendous bench, really a tremendous bench. But no, I think that Walz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him. Okay, there's something wrong with him. And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. And when I see somebody like Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly. Our Constitution, the United States of America, is a bad place. Hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person. But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes, or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes, but this beautiful place, and I see these people ripping it off, and now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at that's good. I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country is no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries, too. I can say it about other countries, too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain, and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President has control.
Come this way. Thank you, guys. Thanks, guys.
That was a great answer. Sorry, the flu coming back here. Nope. Ladies and gentlemen, hour number 4 of our live today. Don't say there's any other channel on the great wide internet that works as hard as we do to bring you the news throughout the night, throughout the early morning, throughout the day, and the weekends, and the holidays. We never freaking quit, including on Thanksgiving, including on the holiday weekend. We were there for you, and we are now an hour hour 4 of our broadcast today, helped out by a 2-hour cabinet meeting. But ladies and gentlemen, some of the top line headlines from that meeting in no particular order, because all of them I think are really great. And the Secretary of Education says, I am this close to firing myself. That's awesome. That was the job you gave me, Mr. President, and that's what I'm going to do. Brooke Rollins, Secretary of Agriculture, says she's stopping, effectively, all SNAP payments and forcing all SNAP beneficiaries to reapply, including in Democrat blue states that refuse to hand over the numbers for this massive fraudulent program that is massively important. Donald Trump says that he's close to ending the income tax. Wait, what? Excuse me? And this is obviously something that is, I would argue, the biggest news made in that cabinet meeting. Ending the income tax. Well, what does that do? That chokes out and strangles on the vine the organs that are used to torture us. That would be the federal government. What a incredible thing that would be. You know, all these programs, they need funding. If they don't have funding, if they don't have the money, then you de facto kill the federal government, right? Like you eliminate so much of the problem by not having funding. If it doesn't have funding, then it just doesn't work. It doesn't get off the ground. Nobody gets paid. It's like the deep state can't operate. And if you eliminated the income, I mean, that would be the first and most important thing that you could do, because that income tax is the reason why all of the states have to operate effectively as subservient slaves to the federal government. It was never intended that way. So, of course, why this country was never set up with a national tax. There is no national tax. There was never a national tax on anything. None of that's in our Constitution. None of that's in our founding documents. None of that's even in the thought process of the founders, because every state was supposed to be its own independent country that could govern itself. And the federal government was simply there to enforce human rights, not to tax people to death, which is exactly what's happened. The federal government takes 50% of everything that you earn and then hands it over to a Somali to send it back to a Muslim terrorist in Somalia to go pirate our own ships. That's the circle of life for the American taxpayer. Are you sick of being humiliated? Yes. End the income tax. If you ended the income tax, then the federal government would have no stick to go to the states and say, oh, well, you know, that's what the income tax is. All this money goes to the federal government, trillions of dollars from your pocketbook. Then the federal government doles that back out to the states with a carrot and a stick, saying you're going to do this, you're going to teach the kids transgender, you're going to allow men and women's locker rooms, otherwise you're not going to get funding. You're not going to get the funding that we stole from your residents. No. A much better system would obviously be to let each state tax at their own rates and let people move to the lowest tax environment, or the tax environment that suits them. In Florida, we have zero income tax. It's awesome. But obviously the Fed still takes a giant bite out of your ass. And so this would be an incredible way to reverse engineer the federal government. It's the best idea I've heard yet out of this entire administration, ending the income tax. I mean, are you kidding me? Oh, that would be so awesome. The dilution of power that would happen by just doing that. The de facto necessity of cutting, I mean, that would, of course, kill and choke out on the vine every NGO that is funding all the criminal aliens to come in. You know how hard, you know how expensive it is to get someone from Somalia here? It's like the Somalis don't pay for that. You pay for it. They're bludgeoning us with our own tax dollars. No, be done with it. No, be done with it. It's great. It's amazing. Pete Hegseth, obviously dispatching the fake news about him. And so all good. I think the one thing that I'm missing here is a J.D. Vance talking about housing, the housing crisis, something that, of course, is near and dear to our hearts. J.D. Vance talking about how there, of course, are 80,000 homes in America, probably many more than that, 800,000 homes in America that are being occupied by criminal aliens. Those homes ought to, by right, by birthright, and by moral authority, go to Americans only. But they're being the reason home prices are so high is that there is an entire underclass, a parasitic underbelly that doesn't exist on paper that still consumes enormous amounts of resources. They're parasites. They're eating our homes, the costs of groceries, gas, healthcare, the times in waiting rooms for emergency care in hospitals. It is being consumed by an underbelly, a parasitic underbelly of criminal aliens. And so JD Vance is speaking directly to that, directly to housing. What I tell you all about JD and housing, what I tell you all about what we're doing with the administration, get ready to see a lot more from JD. Ladies and gentlemen, a incredible and rowdy cabinet meeting. Boy, I'm tired after just watching that. I don't know how the president does it. He apparently has some massive announcement. I don't know. Klein, should we just roll into Trump's massive announcement going to be broadcast? I don't know, guys. Should we just like pop it up? Trump's supposed to be making some huge announcement. You could see he like popped up from his seat. So who knows? They've been hyping this all day. So I've seen it. Yeah, I don't know, chat. Are you still there? I see you are still here. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know how the guy has the... I'm going to let my producers roll through this. ALX, do you have any idea what the announcement is exactly? Let my producers dwell on this. Again, we are tired for the reasons aforementioned. I got the flu, man. I got hit hard with the flu. I've been doing a lot of travel. So I've been sleeping. How many hours a night do I sleep? 8. How many hours a night do I sleep when I got the flu? 12. I crash at 8 p.m. I get my kids in bed, and then I just go straight to bed. And I sleep on my Helix. Dream sleep, baby. My Helix mattress. I put my kids to bed on their Helix mattresses, man. Helix mattress, dude. It is award-winning for a reason. We did the Helix sleep quiz. It matched perfectly the kind of mattress that I wanted, based on my preference and sleep needs. And man, I gotta tell you, it is just great sleep, and you'll need that this holiday season. If you order Helix today, they have the Helix mattress guarantee. You can rest easy with seamless returns and exchanges. You won't need to, but I'm telling you, this is a customer-first experience designed to make sure you're completely satisfied. 120-night sleep trial, limited lifetime warranty. Literally no reason to not upgrade to Helix Sleep. Ladies and gentlemen, free shipping and seamless delivery on Helix Sleep provides you just the #1 mattress in the country. It is beloved by my wife, who sees, obviously, our sleep as the single most important health activity we do throughout the day. And if you got the flu like me, you can still kind of hear that. Yeah, it is peak flu season right now. You're going to need some sleep. That's really the only way to get over it. Sleep and lots of hydration. You can do whatever, take whatever pills you want, but that's what your body's going to demand of you. So prepare for the holiday season. Order Helix today. Go to helixsleep.com/Benny for 27% off site-wide. helixsleep.com/Benny, 27% off site-wide. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me check in with our producers. Yeah, what do we see? Okay. It's on the Trump accounts. And the Dell family. Got it. Well, I do love that story. I mean, I don't know what else I just freaking love that story. I don't know how long it's going to take the president to get set and to get rolling. We have a shot of the White House right here. I don't know. It's kind of a fun day to maybe just roll straight in to this. I think it might be worth covering just quickly. Pete Hegseth, who's a real homie of us and our show, and I'm just such a massive fan of what Pete is doing. How Pete Hegseth was effectively exonerated by the New York Times, of all places, on a slander and a smear that has been rolling against him for the last couple of weeks, that he ordered the killing of narco-terrorists and that this would be considered a war crime. The New York Times has effectively exonerated him, saying that this is fake, and Pete Hegseth just spoke to it at the White House, of all places. The New York Times, incredible. Even Don Jr. here saying that the New York Times is calling BS on the Washington Post story. The New York Times is effectively saying that this is not true, that he ordered the killing of 2 men who were splashing about after a boat was yeeted in the great yeeting of drug dealers. And I see absolutely no problem with the yeeting of drug dealers. It is the responsibility of our government to wield the sword. From a Christian perspective, you have to be in favor of doing bad things to bad people. That's the purpose of the government, to strike terror into the hearts of evil men. And there's no more evil people than fentanyl dealers. Fentanyl isn't like you pick up a flower, right? And then you heat it up and then you get fentanyl. No, fentanyl is a mix of 19 different deadly chemicals. It has to be done in a laboratory setting. It has to be done by sophisticated technicians. It is a chemical weapon. It is a weapon of war. It should be classified as such, a weapon of mass destruction. And it's being piped into our country, of course, by these narco-terrorists. And so because they've killed hundreds of thousands, millions of Americans, for sure, fentanyl overdose, they deserve to be met with great force when they're trying to bring fentanyl into our country, obviously. Hegseth ordered a lethal attack, but not the killing of survivors, officials say, amid talks of war crimes. The details of the precise sequence of the September 2nd attack on a boat in the Caribbean facing intense scrutiny. Ladies and gentlemen, this effectively says that the lethal attack was the first in President Trump's legally disputed campaign of killing people in suspected drug smuggling at seas if they're combatants in war. It started coming under intense bipartisan scrutiny in recent days amid questions about the decisions to kill survivors after a strike left 2 survivors. But it goes on to say that according to 5 U.S. officials who spoke separately and on the condition of anonymity to discuss the sensitive matter under the investigation, Mr. Hegseth, head of the September 2nd attack, ordered a strike that would kill the people on the boat and destroy the vessel, purported cargo drugs. But each official said that Hegseth's directive did not specifically address what should happen if a missile turned out to not fully accomplish those things. The official said that his order was not a response to surveillance footage showing at least 2 people in the boat survived the first blast. Admiral Bradley ordered the initial missile strike and several other follow-up strikes that killed the initial survivors and sank the disabled boat. The operation unfolded, they said. Mr. Hegseth did not give any further orders to him. Okay, so this doesn't go to Hegseth. Morons. Great. Good to see Pete defended by something other than a meme. Although Pete Hegseth did post this meme yesterday, and it is hilarious. Franklin targets narco-terrorists. Boy, you want to talk about triggering the libs. 25 million views on this, 25,000 reposts, 172,000 likes. Hot damn. This is a hell of a meme. No, you can't oppose blaming me. Leave the drug traffickers alone. It's great. It's great. All right. Cool, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to see Pete Hegseth eviscerate this fake news. And I think I'm just checking in with the producers. I don't know when we're going to get Trump. That's my deal. It's like it could be another hour. You know how these things go. It was supposed to be at 2 o'clock. That's why I'm sitting there looking at the clock. It's 2:22 right now. 2:22. But unfortunately, I'm not seeing any. I mean, Klein, are you seeing any feeds? Shaq, you see any feeds of this? Yeah, I'd love to be able to pipe in. But it's like we see there's like a photo of the White House. They're like, okay, they're like playing old press conferences or whatever. I mean, we could just watch. Why don't you pop that up? We'll show you guys what the AP is showing right now. And this is the best that we got. Is a shot of the White House here.
It was just like hustling.
That's That's what we're doing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're doing. All right. Let's hustle one more partner in here. It is gloomy and rainy and dreary at the White House, by the way, all over the country, but certainly here in Tampa it is as well. And it was cold this morning, and it was like sleet, rain, sideways. Perfect time for the Bond Charge red light infrared sauna blanket. These are the kind of days in the season when you get very little sunlight out there. I leave the studio around 5 o'clock and it's like dark already outside. I hate it. You hate to see it. But anyway, if you have your Bond Charge sauna blanket, you don't have to live in darkness. I don't get enough red light anyway because I'm in this little black box. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So the sauna blanket's very, very helpful. Red light is necessary, obviously, for your skin. It's very, very good for your health. Great benefits to unwind and relax. The sun is very good for you. A lot of people can't get the sun because we work in this country. But the sauna blanket provides all of these benefits at lower heat than a traditional sauna. It's a lot cheaper too, by the way. And no one has room for a sauna. I don't have room for a sauna. Who has room for a sauna in their house? If you do, good for you, man. No hate. But anyway, the point is you can release endorphins, feel euphoric. It's great for your skin. Just like how the sun heats up your body. It's good for you. And in the winter months, man, we're going to need it because we're just entering the winter months. Go to bondcharge.com/Benny. Use the coupon code Benny to save 15%. BONCHARGE.com/Benny. Use coupon code Benny to save 15% on Bond Charge sauna blanket. I use one virtually every night. Okay. Well, I guess President Trump's announcement is going to be about Michael and Susan Dell donating $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts. But I don't know, team. What do you think? Should we just sort of wait for that? I mean, it could be another hour. You just never know. You absolutely you never know. So I don't know, guys. Checking in with the producers. Maybe we'll just there's no way to know. So instead of just leaving the whole thing up because we got to get to work doing the rest of our recordings, a bunch of phone calls and everything like that today. I'm going to be traveling at the end of the week. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, you just don't know when you're going to, it could be another hour. And so I think that we're going to wrap this stream right now, and monitor this and then we'll move into recording, obviously, and posting about it, when it happens, as much as we, love obviously taking these things live. It is the Christmas season. We're going to have plenty of time for that. And we are 4 hours and 15 minutes into this stream already. So let's let her rip with a beautiful word from the Lord in our verse of the day. The good book of Proverbs today, 12:22. The Lord detests lying lips, but he delights in people who are trustworthy. Make sure that when you're checking out the news, when you're looking at the people that you follow and the people that you are tuning into, that it's not the people who sold you out during COVID, that it's not the people who sold out the MAGA movement, that it's not the people who sold out America First, that it's not the people who have been on the wrong side for the last 8 years, 10 years. Goodness gracious. 10 years that President Trump has been running and that this movement has been building. It is a movement of truth, and it is a movement of transparency. I know that there is no such thing as perfection in this business, but we have strong beliefs that they're just excellent people in charge. We know a lot of them. Ladies and gentlemen, the truth will set you free. A lot of Christians serving in this administration that understand that principle. And so, delight in truth, right? Especially when it comes to the people who you're listening to. Check out the people who have been proven right by the long arc of history, and tune into them, and not the people who have to constantly apologize for lying to you. Hey, and we ain't perfect. If we ever get things wrong, we'll say, yo, we sorry. But typically, we're right. We're just early. Just early. That's what normally happens around here. That's why it's clips from our show that go so viral from like years ago. And it's, that's our great honor. And we care about you. We love you. We love the chat. Nothing but hearts out to the chat. And we say, Merry Christmas. March with us on to victory that is assured. In the end, we win. It's your boy, Benny. See ya.
Activate the reverse migration Santa.
These guys, they're naughty. And what do you do to the naughty ones?
I give them a lump of coal.
Give them their lumps.
Use the sledgehammer of remigration.
Santa's gonna eat through these guys like a plate full of cookies.
Jolly old Saint Nick.
Stocking stuffer.
Where the truth gon' be, faith and freedom on your TV screen. Stand up strong, battle through the night. The Benny Show's here, bringing liberty to life. From the speeches to debates, Benny sharp like a blade, cutting through the lies, watch the truth cascade. With the warrior's heart, this man never fades. You know it's prime time when Benny invades. From saving the nation to stories untold, the Benny Show's a storm, see the truth unfold. Stay in the loop, let freedom take hold. Salting all the libs, soul never sold. It's the Benny Show, where the truth gon' be. Faith and freedom on your TV screen. Stand up strong, battle through the night. The Benny Show's here, bringing liberty to light. Liberty to light. Bringing liberty to light. Liberty to light. Bringing liberty to life. From the speeches to the debates, Benny sharp like a blade, cutting through the lies, watch the truth cascade. With the warrior's heart, this man never fades. You know it's prime time when Benny invades. From saving the nation to stories untold, the Benny Show's a storm, see the truth unfold. Stay in the loop, let freedom take hold. Salting all the libs, soul never sold. It's the Benny Show, where the truth gon' be. Faith and freedom on your TV screen. Stand up strong, battle through the night. The Benny Show's here, bringing liberty to light. Bringing liberty to light. Bringing liberty to light. Bringing liberty to light. Bringing liberty to light.